Welcome to the brand new course where you can learn about how to build a personal portfolio website from scratch with only 3 core technologies: HTML, CSS and JavaScript. If you want to create your own portfolio which will help you to represent yourself in the best way and get hired, then this is the right course for you. If you ask any of the employers or project managers how to choose the best developers, everyone will answer that the most important thing about the developer is to represent himself or herself with a good portfolio. If you are familiar with HTML, CSS and JavaScript, then you already can create a really good personal portfolio website that will allow you to express yourself and show everyone your skills and knowledge. Throughout this course, we will build a portfolio website template that will be full of modern and beautiful features and effects, because if you want to create the website using just those 3 core technologies, then it should be definitely an advanced and cool one. We don't say that it will become your own portfolio website and you can copy it, but it will be a huge inspiration that will help you to create your own portfolio website or enhance it if you already have one. As we already said, we will build this project from absolute scratch. We won't use any of the third-party tools, the libraries and frameworks. Once we build the website, then we will teach you how to host the project and make it live in order to make it available for everyone. And also you will be able to learn about how to make the form work in order to get feedbacks from your guests. We will make the project responsive to different screen sizes so that every user could access the website from any of the devices. I think this course will be interesting and helpful for everyone, starter or experienced developers, so do not wait and join us. Hi and welcome to the very first lecture of this course, in which I'm going to go through the project and describe all the sections in detail. Before that, I would like to mention that the project will be created based on HTML, CSS and JavaScript, so you should have a basic understanding of those technologies in order to follow the lectures. Alright, let's go ahead and go through the project. The first section that we're going to build will be a landing, in which we have those animated circles. They move once we move the cursor. Also, in the center of the landing, we have the picture of the web designer, and unlike the circles, it moves inside its own circle, and it creates this nice and cool effect. Also, the picture is blended with the background, so you will learn about how to create this effect using CSS. At the top right corner of the page, we have a couple of navigation items. They are connected to the proper sections. If we click them, then we will navigate to the relevant sections. Also, if we start to scroll down, then the navigation items will transform into the menu icon, and if we click it, then they will display back. At the top left corner of the page, we have the logo, the full name of the designer. On the left and right sides of the landing, you can see the text, which is sticky. If I start to scroll down, it will be stuck for a while. Okay, besides that, we have here button with a nice hover effect. If I click this button, it will navigate us to the project section. Alright, that's it about the landing. Next, we have the About Me section. It includes large text, which by default is blended with the background. And if I start to hover over the text, then the letters will become lighter with a nice animation effect. Besides that, we have here a similar button, which allows us to navigate to the contact section. Okay, that's it about this second section. Next comes the project section, which I think is one of the most interesting sections in the project. By default, we see here 6 different projects. If I hover over them, then the images will start to scroll up nicely in a 3D environment. And if I click any of the projects, then they will expand, and you will be able to scroll down and check the project in detail. We have here closing button. If I click it, then the project will be closed. Besides that, we have here show more button. If I click it, then a couple of hidden projects will display. the page will be scrolled down automatically, text in the button will be changed into show less, and also the arrow will rotate according to the scroll direction. If I click the button, then the project will hide. Alright, next comes the services section. We have here a couple of different services displayed in a large font. If I click them, then they will expand and some descriptions will display. Okay, after that will be the last section of the project, which is the contact. It consists of a couple of different input fields, and also we have here a submit button. Actually, this form works. The fields are validated and also the user can send the message, because once we build the project, we will host it and make it live. If I fill the fields, and then click send request, the form will be submitted and you will receive the message. As I said, the form is validated. For example, if I leave the fields empty and submit the form, then we will get some error messages. Alright, at the end of the page, we have a nice slideshow of the social media icons. Besides that, we have a couple of additional features in the project. As you can see, the cursor has the circle and the dots, and they move with the cursor nicely. Next, if I hover over some elements like projects or services, then the circle will change its shape and will get the shape of the hovered element. Besides that, we have a nice effect with the menu icon and the progress bar. If I hover over them, then they will become sticky to the cursor. But if I move the cursor far from their initial positions, they will get their default places. Lastly, I'm going to talk about the progress bar. It is placed at the bottom right corner and it has a fixed position. Once we start to scroll down the page, then this white circle will start to fill with the red line. Once we go all the way down to the page, then the entire circle will be filled and also the arrow will rotate. If I click the progress bar, then we will navigate to the top of the page. Besides that, we can click the progress bar. It will allow us to navigate down section by section. The progress bar works with the project section. If I expand the project, then the progress bar will update and it will start to work according to the image. But if I close the project, then the progress bar will continue to work according to the page. Alright, so that's all about the sections and the features of the project. As we already said, it's going to be responsive to the different screen sizes. If I inspect the page, switch to the responsive mode and check the project on the different screen sizes, you will see that it is responsive. I would like to mention here one thing. The project is built on extra large screen size. The screen size with 1920 pixels of width and 1080 pixels of height. If you're using the relatively smaller screen size, then the project might not look good during the lectures. So I recommend switching to the responsive mode and set the width and height like so. Anyways, you don't have to worry because at the end of the project we will make the website responsive. Alright. As I already mentioned, we will host the project and make it live using Netlify. So I think we are ready to start. Next, we need to set up some tools and we will be good to go. So let's move on. Hello and welcome to the course. We are glad that you are here and we hope that you will enjoy the course. Before we dive deeper and start to create our projects, first of all, we have to prepare our working environment. I'm sure that most of you are already prepared to write the code. If so, then you can feel free, skip this video and jump into the projects right away. But if not, then that's not the problem. Let's go ahead and set up some tools. Throughout this course, we will need two main tools, which are Modern Web Browser and a text editor. As the web browser, I'm going to use mostly Google Chrome, And also in some cases we'll need the help of Mozilla Firefox as well. I'm sure that you already know how to install these web browsers, and I think you already have them, but anyway, let's see how to download them. In order to get the Google Chrome, we have to go to this URL here and download the web browser. The installation process is quite simple, so I'm not going to go through it. As for the Mozilla Firefox, you have to use this URL and download the web browser from here. Both links will be attached to this lecture. Alright, let's move on and talk about the text editor. We're going to use Visual Studio Code because right now it's one of the best text editors in the world. Of course, you can feel free and use your favorite text editor, it's up to you, but I recommend to use the VS Code. In order to download the VS Code, you have to visit this website and get the text editor either for Windows or Mac or Linux. This link will be attached to this lecture as well. The installation process of the Visual Studio Code is very simple too, so I'm sure that you won't have any trouble with it. Alright, so once you install both tools, then you will be good to go. So let's jump right into the projects. Alright, so we are ready to start building our project. I've created a new folder on the desktop in which I have just the images. We have here a couple of different folders for different images. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code and create our working files. We need 3 different files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then the next one is going to be style.css. As for the third one, it should be script.js. Then open the index.html file and create the basic HTML document. For that, I'm going to use one of the built-in VS Code packages called Emmet. We have to put here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So we have here basic HTML tags. The first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. Let's insert here Nick Brown, Creative Designer. After that, let's link CSS and JavaScript files. I'm going to open link tag in the head element, and then we have to specify here the path of the file. As for the JavaScript file, we have to open script tag right above the closing body tag, and then in the source attribute we have to specify the path of the file. Alright, so all 3 files are linked, and now we can run the project to the browser. For that, as I already mentioned previously, I'm going to use live server. Again, it allows us to run the project live in the browser and make updates and changes without refreshing the page each time. Finally, I'm going to place the browser and the text editor like so, and we can get started. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create this dark background, and also we will create some reset and common styles. First of all, let's go ahead and start with the HTML markup. Let's insert here comments, page container, end of page container. Then open div tag and assign to it class container. So this element will include the entire content of the web page. Next, I'm going to create another div tag for the page background, but first let's insert here new comments. Actually, I prefer to separate code with comments because it will allow us to write cleaner and more understandable code. So let's insert here page pg, end of page pg. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup right now. Let's go to the CSS file. As I said, I'm going to prepare some reset and common styles. So let's insert here new comments, common styles, end of common styles. Then select every element using an asterisk. So first of all, I'm going to get rid of default margin and padding from every element. Let's set both of them to 0. Then I'm going to make the box sizing to border box. In this case, the padding and border will be included in the size of the element. Next, I'm going to remove the default underline from the links. So we need to use text decoration with the value none. Also, I want to get rid of the default bullets from the list items. Let's set list style type to none. Then I'm going to remove the default outline from the elements. Let's set it to none. Actually, in outline, I'm in the border that appears once we focus on the forms and buttons. So the last thing that I want to do is to define the font family. Throughout this project, we will be using 2 different Google fonts. So let's go ahead and visit the Google Fonts website. So the first font that I'm going to search for is called Jura. Let's select all the styles. In order to link the font, we have 2 different ways. We can either copy the link here and paste it in the head element in the HTML file, or we can click import, grab this URL and paste it in the CSS file. So this font is going to be our default one. Let's define it for every element. We need here the name of the font, Jura and sans serif. Alright, the next font that I'm going to search for is called Poppins. I'm going to select all the styles except the italic ones. Then grab the link and paste it into the CSS file as well. Alright, so all those styles will be applied to every element that we will create throughout the project. Next, I'm going to take care of the measurement unit. Throughout the project, we will use rem as the measurement unit. By default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels because I think it will be more convenient and easy to calculate. In order to do that, we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element and make it 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. Alright, that's it regarding the common styles right now. Let's go ahead and take care of the background. Let's insert here new comments for page PG. Then we need end of page PG and select div elements. So the background is going to be fixed. If we take a look at the finished project and scroll down, you will see that it's fixed and doesn't move. So let's set its position to fixed. Next, I'm going to define its width and height. Let's set width to 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100% of the viewport. Therefore, we need here 100 VH. Okay. After that, I'm going to set the image as the background. First of all, let's use a linear gradient function because I want to make the image a little bit darker. Let's insert here RGBA value with a black color and with the opacity 0.7. And then use again the same RGBA value with the opacity 0.7. After that, I'm going to define the path of the image. We need URL, and we have to specify here the path of the image. We have images folder and the image for the background, which is called bg.jpg. Besides that, let's set the position to center and also set background repeat to no repeat. And lastly, we need to define the size of the background. Let's make it cover. Alright, so here we have our full screen background image. Next, I'm going to take care of the cursor. So let's move on. Okay, so once we have prepared the background and created some common styles, next I'm going to take care of the cursor. I mean that circle and the dot, which moves according to the mouse movements. Besides that, if we stop the mouse, you will see that the circle and the dot are animating. Also, if we leave the page, then they will disappear. Alright, so that's what we are going to do in this video. First of all, let's create those two elements in the HTML file. I'm going to do that outside of the container. Let's insert new comments, mouse circle, end of mouse circle. So we will have two different div elements. The first one is going to be the mouse circle, and the second one is going to be the dot, mouse dot. Alright, that's it about the HTML. Next, I'm going to style both elements. So let's insert new comments in CSS. Right after the comment styles, we need mouse circle, end of mouse circle. Then select mouse circle. At first, I'm going to define its width and height. Let's set both of them to 6 rem. Then we need border with the values 0.1 rem, solid. And as the color, I'm going to use C7A622. And also, I'm going to make the element rounded using border radius 50%. Alright, so here we have the circle. Next, we need to take care of its position. I'm going to set position to fixed. So right now the circle is no longer visible because it ended up behind the background. And in order to fix that, let's use the z-index property. We need to assign to it some higher value than 0, let's say 300. Alright, that's it regarding the circle for now. Let's go ahead and take care of the second element, which is a dot. Let's select it and define its width and height. I'm going to make both of them 0.5 rem. And also change the background color. Let's use 9B-OE-OE. So here we have the dot. Now we need to take care of its position. We have to make its position fixed. Actually, some of the styles will be similar for both elements, so we can select them simultaneously. Then we can grab those 3 lines of code and paste them here. Alright, that's it right now. Both elements are styled, and now it's time to make them work using JavaScript. The first thing that we need to do is to select both elements. So let's create a new variable. I'm going to call it mouse circle, and then select it using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name mouse circle. Next, I'm going to select mouse dot. Actually, we can duplicate this line of code. Then change the name of the variable. It's going to be mouse dot. And also change the class name. We need mouse dot. Okay, after that, we need to create a function in which we have to define the top and left positions for both elements. At first, let's insert here comments, mouse circle, end of mouse circle. Then create an arrow function. I'm going to call it mouse circle fn. This function will take 2 parameters, x and y. Those parameters will be the values of the top and left properties. In order to define them, I'm going to use style and CSS text properties. Let's attach style property to mouse circle, followed by the CSS text property, in which we can define multiple CSS styles. So as we said, we have to define top and left positions. as the value of top position, I'm going to pass here parameter y followed by the pixels. And then we need left property with the value x pixels. Let's go ahead and duplicate this line of code and change circle into dot. Alright, so now we have to call this function and define the proper arguments for x and y parameters. We have to execute this function when the mouse moves. I mean, we have to attach the mouse move event to the body element, and once this event is fired, then we have to call this function. At first, let's attach an event listener to the body. We need document.body followed by the addEventListener method. Then we have to pass here the type of the event, which is going to be mouse move. And also we need here a callback function, which will be executed once the event is fired. Also, I'm going to pass here event object. At first, let's see in the console how this event works. Let's open Developer Tools and switch to the console tab. So once we start to move the mouse, then the event will occur. Alright, now I want to look at the event object, which we passed here in the callback function. So now if we move the mouse, we will get the mouse event object in the console. If we drop down it, then we'll find here lots of different properties. We're going to use client X and client Y properties. Actually, they give us the distance from the top and left edges of the viewport. So those values should be the arguments of the function. I mean, those values will be the top and left positions of the circle and the dot. So first of all, let's create variables. I'm going to use let declaration. Let's name the variable as x. It should be equal to e.clientX. Then duplicate this line of code and change x into y. After that, we have to call the function, I mean mouse circle fn, and we have to pass x and y as the arguments. So now if we move the mouse, then the circle and the dot will move with the cursor. Alright. Now, as you can see, we need to change the positions of both elements slightly because we need the cursor to be in the center of the circle with the dot. So in order to achieve that, we have to move both elements according to the x and y axis by minus 50%. We need transform translate function, and we have to pass here minus 50% twice. Okay, so now the positions of both elements are fixed, and the only thing that we have to do is to add a little animation to both elements. For that, we have to use CSS keyframes. First, let's create the animation for the mouse circle. So during the animation, I'm going to increase and decrease the size of the element a couple of times. Let's create keyframes. I'm going to name it as mouse circle animation. So at 0%, the width and height will be 6 rem. Then let's duplicate this code. Next is going to be 25%. I'm going to increase both values to 8 rem. Then again duplicate the code. Next step is going to be 35%. The width and height are going to be 4 rem. Next we will have 7%. The values will be 8 rem. As for the last step, 100%, we need again default values 6 rem. Alright, so the keyframes are ready, and now we have to apply those rules to the mouse circle. Let's go ahead and use animation property. First, we need to specify the name of the keyframes, mouse, circle, anim. Then we need to specify the duration. It's going to be 10 seconds. Also, we will run the animation infinitely, and then I'm going to use one of the animation timing functions, linear. Alright, so as you can see, the circle is animating. Let's do this similar to the mouse dots. In the case of mouse dots, I'm going to increase the size only once. So let's create CSS keyframes. I'm going to call it mouse.anim. So at 0%, I'm going to make width and height 0.5 rem. These are the default values. Then the next step is going to be 55%. Let's change the values, make them 1.5 rem. And then at the end of the animation, I mean at 100%, we need again default values 0.5 rem. Alright, so the keyframes are prepared for the mouse dot. Let's go ahead and assign to it an animation property. We need here the name of the keyframes, mouse.anim, followed by the duration 10 seconds. Then again we need infinite and linear. Okay, so as you can see, both elements are animating and we have here a nice effect. Before we finish this lecture, I'm going to do a couple of things. Once the cursor leaves the page, I want to hide both elements. For that, I'm going to use one of the events called mouse leave. Let's attach event listener to body. Then we need to specify here the event mouse leave, followed by the callback function. So in order to hide the elements, I'm going to use opacity with the value 0. So we need mouse circle dot style dot opacity with the value 0. Then duplicate this line of code and change circle into dots. So now if we leave the page, then the circle and the dot will disappear. And if we get back, then they will appear again. Alright, we are almost done. We just need to do one more thing. Actually, we have here a tiny issue. If I reload the page and keep the mouse outside of the page, then the circle and the dot will end up at the top left corner of the page. We don't need that. We have to fix that problem. I'm going to hide both elements by default and then make them visible only once the mouse move event occurs. So we need to assign to both elements opacity 0 by default. And then we need to pass opacity 1 with the top and left positions inside the function. So now if I reload the page, then the problem will be fixed. Alright, finally we are done with the mouse circle. Let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, now it's time to start to work on our first section, which is going to be this landing page. We have here a couple of different elements with nice animation effects. Those circles are moving once we move the mouse, and as you can see, they move in the opposite direction. Also in the center of the landing, we have a large circle in which you can see the image of the designer with some nice effects. Besides that, we have a logo at the top left corner of the page, and also some text elements on the left and right sides of the landing. Okay, let's go ahead and start to create an HTML markup. Let's insert new comments right after the page background. We need section 1, end of section 1. Then open the section tag with the class section 1. So as we said, this section will include a couple of different elements. The first one is going to be the logo. Let's insert new comments for logo. Then I'm going to open link tag with the class logo. And as the content, I'm going to insert here Nick Brown. Alright, next we will have animated circles. So let's insert new comments for animated circles. So overall we will have 5 circles, 4 of them will be small ones, and also we will have one big circle in the center. Let's open a div tag with the class circles. It's going to be the wrapper of small circles. The circles will be created using div tags. So let's open div tag with the classes circle and circle1. The first one is going to be common class name. As for the second one, we will use it for individual styles. Let's duplicate this line of code 3 times and then change the class names. Alright, besides that we need another circle in which we will have the image of the designer. Let's open div tag, it will be the wrapper. Let's assign it class main circle and then insert here image tag. Let's specify here the path of the image. We have images folder, then we need to select folder called landing, and then the image is going to be designer.jpg. Alright, that's it about the circles. Next I'm going to create heading elements which will be placed on the left and right sides of the landing. Let's insert new comments, featured text, end of featured text. Then I'm going to open H4 heading tag with the classes featured text and featured text1. Again, the first class name will be used for common styles. As for the second one, we will use it for individual styles. As the content, let's insert here creative. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code, change the class name. We need featured text2 and also change the content, insert here design. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Right now nothing is visible here because the background is fixed and the elements ended up behind it. Let's fix that problem. At first, let's insert new comments for section 1 in the CSS file. Then select this section element and change its position, make it relative. So now the elements are visible and we can start to customize them. Let's define the width and height of the section. I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% of the viewport. Alright, now it's time to customize the logo. Let's insert new comments for logo. Then select the link element. First of all, I'm going to define its position. Let's make it absolute. As you remember, it's going to be placed at the top left corner of the page. So I'm going to set top position to 2 rem. As for the left position, it's going to be 5 rem. Also, let's increase the font size, make it 2 rem. I'm going to transform text into uppercase and also change the color, make it white. Alright, that's it about the logo. Now we have to move on and customize the rest of the elements. Before we style small circles, I want to take care of the main circle because right now, as you can see, we have here a big image that covers almost the entire landing. First of all, I want to place the content of the section in the center, and for that, let's use flexbox. We need to set display to flex. Then, in order to center the elements horizontally, we need justify content center. As for the vertical centering, we need align items center. Okay, so the content is centered, and now we have to start to work on the main circle. First of all, I'm going to insert comments, animated circles, end of animated circles. Then select the main circle and define width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 55 rem and also set the position to absolute. Right now the image is too big. We need to keep the size of the image, but also we need to apply width and height to the parent element. I'm in the main circle. so I'm going to use overflow hidden. Alright, so now the problem is fixed. Let's make the element rounded using border radius 50%. Besides that, we need to center the image inside of the circle. For that, we can use again Flexbox. And in order to avoid writing the same code over and over again, I'm going to create a new class in the common styles. Let's call it center, and assign to it display flex, justify content center, and align items center. Then I'm going to get rid of these styles from the section element, and instead of that we can assign the class center to the section and the main circle as well in the HTML file. Alright, now the image is centered and we have to customize it a little bit. Let's select image. Now I want to use one of the CSS properties called Mix Blend Mode. It will allow us to blend the image with this dark background. This property can accept different values. You can play around with them. In this scenario, I think the best one is color dodge. Alright, that's it about the main circle. Let's move on and take care of the rest of the circles. Let's select wrapper div elements and at first define its position, make it absolute, and also set top and left properties, both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to expand this element to the entire landing. For that, I'm going to set width and height, both of them to 100%. As you remember, we have created 4 different small circles. I'm going to align them using a CSS grid. We will create 2 columns and 2 rows, and we'll place each circle in the separate grid cell. So at first, let's set display to grid. Then in order to define columns, I'm going to use property called grid template columns. As we said, we will have 2 similar columns, so I'm going to use repeat function, which will take 2 arguments. The first one is going to be the number of the columns, 2. As for the second one, it will be the size. As the size, I'm going to use 1 fractional unit. Let's duplicate this line of code and change columns into rows. Alright, in order to see the grid layout, I'm going to inspect the page and in the Elements tab, find the circles. As you can see, we have here a little button called Grid. If I click it, then the grid layout will display. We have here 4 different cells and each circle will go in a separate cell. Let's go ahead and select circle and define its width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 22 rem. Also, in order to make them rounded, use border radius with the value 50%. And then I'm going to use some temporary color, the background color. Let's set it to red. So as you can see, all 4 circles are placed in a separate cell. They are aligned automatically because we have 4 cells and 4 circles. We don't need to define a grid layout for each circle. The only thing that we need to do is to place circles in the center of the cells, and for that we can use align self center. It will center the element vertically, and also we need justify self center, which will center the element horizontally. Alright, now we have to customize each circle separately. Let's go ahead and start with the circle 1. I'm going to define the background. Let's use URL and specify the path of the image. We need folder images, then landing, and then we have to select circle1 img.jpg. Next, I'm going to specify the position, make it center, and also we need to set background repeat to no repeat. And finally, let's define the size of the background, make it cover. Okay, so we have here a nice background image. Next, I'm going to create a border. Let's set its width to 0.5 rem. Then the style of the border is going to be dotted. And as the color, let's use A14B1A. Besides that, I want the border to be outside of the image, and for that we need to use background clip with the value content box. Alright, that's it about the first circle. Right now, I'm going to duplicate this code 3 times. Then change the class names. Also, I'm going to change the names of the images. And besides that, I'm going to change the borders. For the second border, we need the same width. As for the style, it's going to be dashed. And also change the color. We need FFBD07. Then for the third circle, I'm going to increase the width. Let's make it 1 rem. Then change the style. It's going to be double. And also change the color. Make it 9B0EOE. As for the last circle, the width is going to be 0.7. It should be double. And as the color, let's use white. Alright, so all 4 circles are customized. The only thing that I'm going to do is to decrease their opacity. Let's assign to circle, the common class name, opacity 0.5. Alright, so finally with the circles we are done. Next I'm going to take care of the text elements, which should be placed on the left and right sides. Let's go ahead and insert new comments for featured text. Let's select both headings with a common class name, featured text. I'm going to increase the font size, make it 2 rem. Also change the color, make them white. And transform text into uppercase. Alright, after that I'm going to align both headings on the left and right sides. For that I will use margin. Let's select the first heading with its individual class, featured text 1, and use margin with the following values. I'm going to set it to 0 at the top, then auto on the right side, then we'll have 0 at the bottom and 10 rem on the left side. Let's duplicate this code, change the class name, we need featured text 2, and also change the values. I'm going to leave the value of the top side as 0, then we will have 10 rem, then 0, and then auto. Alright, so as you can see, the elements are aligned in the right way. Next I'm going to place the letters vertically in a column. For that, we need to set width to 0, and also we need to use one of the CSS properties called word wrap with the value break word. So the letters are placed vertically. Next I'm going to increase the space between the letters. For that we can increase the line height. Let's make it 3.5. Alright, so we are almost done with the landing. The only thing that I want to do is to change the position of those heading elements. If we take a look at the finished project and scroll down, you will see that the headings become sticky for a while. So let's define the position and make it sticky. So if we want to stick the elements at the top edge of the viewport, then we have to set the top position to 0. Alright, finally we have customized a landing page. Now it's time to make it dynamic. We have to add to it some nice animations and effects. So let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so we have customized a landing page in a previous lecture, and now we have to make it dynamic. We have to animate those circles on the mouse movement. Before we start to work on it, I want to fix one tiny issue. We have 2 words on the left and right sides, This second one would have been a design, not designer. So let's change it in the HTML file. All right. So we're going to make the animation work using JavaScript. Let's go to the script.js file. The first thing that I'm going to do is to select circles and the image. Before that, I want to make here a quick change. Actually, this file is going to be kind of large, so it would be better if we place those two variables inside the comments. Okay, after that, I'm going to create new comments for the animated circles down below. Then, as we said, I'm going to select the circles and the image. Let's create new variable. I'm going to call it circles. We have multiple circles, therefore I'm going to use query selector all method. Let's specify here the class name circle. Next, I'm going to select image. Let's create new variable and call it main img and select image using query selector method. We have to specify here the class name of the parent element, main circle, and then the tag name img. Alright, after that I'm going to create a function. Let's call it animate circles. This function will take 3 parameters. The first one is going to be an event object, and also we will have x and y parameters. They will help us to define the directions of the mouse movements. So again, we have to move circles once the mouse moves, and we have to move them in the opposite direction, which means that if the mouse goes to the left, then the circles should move to the right, and the same we need vertically. If the mouse goes upwards, then the circle should go downwards. Alright, so first of all, I want to mention here the main thing of this function, which is that we have to define the position of the mouse using client X and client Y properties. In the position of the mouse, I mean the position of it when it stops moving. Then we have to compare these values to the new position of the mouse, and we will get the direction of the mouse movement. So let's go ahead and start to write the code. It will be more understandable in the practice. We need to create 2 variables for client X and client Y properties. I'm going to call the first variable mx. It should be equal to 0. Then duplicate this line of code and change x into y. After that, we have to store the values of the client X and client Y properties in those variables. So we need here mx to be equal to e.clientX, and the same we need for y direction. So again, those variables will store the last position of the mouse. Now, if we want to get the direction of the mouse movement, we can simply compare x and y parameters to the mx and my variables. So for that, we need to use an if statement in which we have to define if x is less than mx. If this condition is true, then I'm going to run to the console some text like moved to the left. Then I'm going to create another if statement in which we have to define the y direction. So we need y is less than my. And then I'm going to run to the console move upwards. Alright, now we can call this function when the mouse move event is fired. We have already used this event previously, so we have to call this function here. And we have to pass here the arguments e, x, and y. Okay, so let's inspect the page and switch to the console tab. If we move upwards, then we will get it in the console. And if I move to the left side, then we'll get the proper result in the console. So now we know how to get the directions of the mouse movements, and we are able to define the movement of the circles. In the same way, we can define the direction of the mouse movement to the right side and downwards. Alright, so when the mouse moves to the left side, then the circles should move to the right side. And in order to do that, we have to increase the values of their left positions. First of all, we have to loop through the circles. We selected them using the query selector all method, which returns an array-like object called node list. So we have to loop through the node list and change the left position for each circle. In order to loop through the node list, I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called for each. We have to attach it to the circles. So the for each method takes one argument. It's going to be the callback function, which itself takes one parameter and is the current item during the loop. So as we said, we have to change the left position of the circle. Therefore, we need here property called style followed by left, and I'm going to change the position by 100 pixels. So now if I move the mouse to the left side, then the circles won't move because right now they have a default static position. So we have to change it and make relative. So now if I move to the left side, then the circles will move to the right. Right now they moved without any effect. We will fix that using the transition property soon. At first, let's take care of the movements. Besides those circles, we have to move the image as well. So we need here main img.style.left and the value 100 pixels. Like the circles, we need to change the position of the image and we have to make it relative. So if we move to the left, then the circles and the image will move to the right side. Alright, let's go ahead and take care of the movement upwards. We can simply grab this block of code and paste it inside the second if statement. The only thing that we have to do is to change the left position to top. So if I move the mouse upwards, then the elements will go down. Alright, so two directions are ready. Now we have to take care of the rest of the directions. I mean when we move the mouse to the right and downwards. For that we have to use else-if statements where we have to consider opposite conditions. So we need here x is greater than mx. If this condition is true, then we have to move the element to the left side. Therefore we have to decrease the values of the left position. Let's copy this code, paste it here and add minus signs. We need the same for the second if statement. Let's create else if statement. As the condition, we need y is greater than my. Then grab the code from here and again add the minus signs. Okay, so as you can see, all four directions work fine. Now we have to make this effect smoother. For that we have to use transition. We need here left with a duration 2 seconds and top 2 seconds. Actually, we need the same transition for the image as well. So let's grab this line of code and paste it for the image. Alright, so now we have a nice smooth effect. Actually, we have here a tiny issue. If I reload the page and start to move the mouse, then the circles will jump upwards. And in order to fix that, we need to define the top and left positions by default. Let's set both of them to 0. And we need the same for the image as well. Alright, so finally we are done. Before we finish this lecture, I want to do one more thing. We used here 100 pixels a couple of times. And you might need to change this value in the future, and for that you should change it everywhere. So I think it would be better if we store this value into the variable and then use this variable down below. Let's create variable z and make it equal to 100. Then I'm going to change 100 pixels with the variable z. Alright, that's it. We have finished working on the animated circles. Let's move on. Alright, so in the last lecture we created those animated circles, and now I'm going to work on this button here. It has some nice hover effects. Once we hover over it, then this yellow circle will expand to the entire button. It doesn't matter which side you hover over the button from, this yellow element will appear from every side, and also the button will rotate slightly. Right now we see here the projects, and if we click it, it will navigate to the project section. But in this lecture, I'm just going to create and customize it. As for the navigation, we'll take care of it later on. Before we start to work on the button, I'm going to add a couple of more things to the landing. I want to move those little circles a little bit far from the main circle because they will have more space to move. As for the main circle, I want to expand it a little bit on hover. Okay, first of all, let's move the circles. I'm going to do that using margin. So for the first and third circles, we need margin left with value -10 rem. As for the second and fourth circles, let's use margin right with value -10 rem. Alright, that's it about the small circles. Let's move on and take care of the main circle. I'm going to increase its width and height on hover. So let's select main circle with hover. And then set width and height, both of them to 75 rem. Besides that, I'm going to use transition. For smooth effect, we need width with the duration 0.2 seconds, and then height with the same duration. So if I hover over the main circle, then nothing will happen. The reason is that we have here the circle and the dots. They are in front of the mouse and they block the pointer events. In order to fix that, we have to assign to both elements pointer events none. Alright, so now everything works fine and we can start to work on the button. First of all, let's create HTML markup. Let's insert here new comments for main button. I call it main because we will have a couple of such buttons on the web page. The button will be created using a link element. Let's assign to it class main btn. So the button will consist of a couple of different parts. We will have an arrow, which will be created using 3 lines, and also we will have span element with the text projects. Let's open div tag, which will wrap the content of the button. Let's assign to it class main btn content. Then I'm going to create lines using div tags with the class main btn line. We need 3 of them. And then finally, we need span element with the content projects. Let's insert new comments in the CSS file for main button. Then select the link element and set its position to absolute. So now it is placed in the center of the page. If I select all the elements, then you will see it in the center. Okay, let's add to it some more styles. I'm going to define width and height. Let's make both of them 13 rem. Also change the background color. I'm going to use here color 9B OE. And also make the button rounded using border radius 50%. Okay, next I'm going to change its position. I want to place it at the bottom of the section. So let's set bottom to 3 rem. Okay, so the last thing that I'm going to do right now regarding this element is to create a border. We need it with the values 0.2 rem. Then the style is going to be dotted. As for the color, it's going to be white. Alright, let's move on and customize the content. Select it, and first of all, let's define its width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 100%. And also I'm going to create border. Let's assign to it 0.2 rem, dot it, and also use the color E7B E08. So right now the content has the shape of the square. I'm going to make it rounded. So let's use border radius with the value of 50%. Okay. Next, I'm going to create a little space between those borders. For that, I'm going to assign to the main button a little padding. Let's make it 0.1 rem. By default, we set box sizing to border box for every element, and it allows us to keep the width and height of the element unchanged, and it pushes the content of the element. Alright, that's it about the content right now. Next, I'm going to create the arrow. For that, we have 3 empty div elements. First of all, I'm going to hide this span element for a while, and then select the lines. First of all, I'm going to set position to absolute. Then I'm going to define top position. Let's make it 4 rem. Also, we need to define width and height. The width is going to be 3 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 0.5 rem. And also create the border with the values 0.1 rem, solid, and the white color. So here we have the lines. At a glance, it seems that we have here just one line, but all 3 lines are placed on top of each other. We need to position each of them separately, but before that, I'm going to center them inside of the content. For that, I will use flexbox. We can assign to the content class center in the HTML element. Alright, so now the lines are placed in the center. Next, we have to position each line separately in order to create an arrow. Let's start with the first line. I'm going to select main btn line with nth child selector, and we have to specify here the number 1. So I'm going to rotate the line according to the z-axis by minus 45 degrees. So the first line is rotated. Let's do the same for the second line. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code, then change the number. We need 2, and also get rid of the minus sign. So as you can see, both lines are rotated, but that's not what we need. Right now they are rotated from the center. I mean, the origin of the transformation is center. We need to change it. In the case of the first line, we need the origin of the transformation to be left center. As for the second line, we need right center. So now we have a better result, but still we need to make some changes. I want to move both lines horizontally. I mean, we have to move the first line to the left side. As for the second one, we should move it to the right side. So I'm going to do that using translate x function. For the first line, we need here minus 0.65 rem. As for the second line, we need the same value, but without the minus sign. Alright, so finally, the first 2 lines are placed correctly. The only thing that I want to do is to get rid of parts of the borders from both lines. For the first one, we need border right with the value none. As for the second one, we need border left none. Alright, let's move on and take care of the third line. Let's select it using, again, nth child selector. So in the case of the third line, we have to rotate it according to the z-axis by 90 degrees. And also we need to move it using translate x function by 0.5 rem. As for the border, we need border left none. Alright, so finally we have here an arrow. Let's move on and customize the span element, which right now is hidden from the HTML. let's get rid of this comment from here and then select span element in the CSS file. First of all, I'm going to define this position. Let's make it absolute. And then move it a little bit down using bottom position with the value of 3 rem, and also change the color, make it white. So here we have this span element. Let's add to it a couple of more styles. We need to change the font size. Let's make it 1.1 rem. Also, I'm going to increase the font weight. Let's make it 600. And then transform text into uppercase. Alright, so that's it about this span element. The only thing that I'm going to do in this video is to rotate the button itself. So let's assign to it transform, rotate 40 degrees. Alright, that's it. The button is created and customized. Next, we have to create a hover effect. So let's move on to the next lecture. Okay, so in the previous lecture, we've created and customized the main button on the landing page. And now we have to create a hover effect. Let's take a look at the finished project once again. So once we hover over the button, then the yellow circle will cover the content. It appears from the exact side where we enter the mouse. And also the content is rotating slightly. We will create this effect using JavaScript and CSS animations. Alright, let's go to the script.js file and start to write the code. Insert new comments, main button, end of main button. So the first thing that we have to do is to get the coordinates of the cursor inside the button. I mean, we need to get the top and left positions of the cursor measured from the top and left edges of the button. Before we do that, we need to select the button itself. So let's create variable main btn and select the button using query selector method. We have to specify here the class name main btn. After that, we have to attach to it an event listener with a mouse enter event. So we need to add event listener method, then the event called mouse enter, and also the callback function. So the mouse enter method fires only once when we hover over the element. So as we said, we have to get the left and top positions of the cursor inside of the button. In order to get these positions, we need to use the client X and client Y properties. As you remember, they give us the top and left positions of the cursor measured from the top and left edges of the viewport. So in order to get the positions of the cursor inside the button, we need to find the difference between the client X and client Y properties and the left and top positions of the cursor. So to make it more understandable, let's write the code. At first, let's pass here an event object. Next, I'm going to show you how to get the information about the element. For that, we can use one of the methods called getBoundingClientRect. Let's run to the console and see what this method gives us. We need e.target.getBoundingClientRect. So if I hover over the button, then we will get an object called DOM-rect. If I drop down it, you'll find here a couple of different properties. We have the positions, I mean bottom, left, right, and top. Also, we have here the width and height of the element. Besides that, you can see here X and Y properties, and actually they are the same as the left and top properties. So we can use those values to calculate the left and top positions of the cursor inside the button. I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it left. Then we need e.clientX minus e.target.getBoundingClientRect method. And we have to use here left position. So let's see. this variable in the console. When we hover over the button, then we will get the left position of the cursor, but now inside of the button. I mean, it is measured from the left edge of the button. Alright, in the same way we need to define the top position. We can simply duplicate this code, then change the name of the variable. We need top. Also we need here client Y, and then again top. Alright, so both positions are defined, and now we need to create a new element on those positions. We will do that using one of the DOM methods called createElement. I'm going to declare a new variable outside of the event. Let's call it ripple. Then down below we need to create a new div element using createElement method. We need to specify the tag name inside of the parentheses. Okay, after that we need to define left and top positions of the ripple, and we will use the values that we defined here. So we need here ripple.style.left, then open backticks and insert here variable left, which we have just defined. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code and change left into top. Okay, so the element is created, but we need to append it to the button. For that, we have to use one of the methods called prepend. It will add the element as the first child of the parent element. We need to pass here the value ripple. So in order to prove that the element is creating on hover, let's switch to the elements tab and then hover over the button. So, as you can see, the div element is created inside the button, and also we have here the left and top positions. Alright, next we need to customize this element in the CSS file. Let's create a new class. I'm going to call it ripple. So in order to make the left and top positions work, we need to define the position of the ripple. Let's make it absolute. Then I'm going to define width and height. Let's set both of them to 100%. And also change the background color. Let's use here color E7VE08. Alright, that's it about the styles of the ripple right now. In order to apply them to the elements, we have to add this class to the elements class list. So we need ripple.classList. Then we need to use method called add, and we have to pass here ripple. Okay, so if I hover over the button, then the new element will appear. If I hover over the button multiple times, then the multiple elements will be created. But actually, we will fix that soon. First of all, let's make this element rounded using border radius 50%. And also we have to move it to the left and upwards by -50%. For that, let's use transform. Then the translate function with the values -50% and again -50%. Okay, so now we have a better result, and it's time to create an animation. So by default, width and height of this element will be 0. And once we hover over the button, then the size of the ripple should increase with animation. So we need to create CSS keyframes. I'm going to call it ripple anim. So we will have 2 steps. At 0%, the width and height of the element are going to be 0. As for the 100%, I'm going to make them 100%. Alright, so the keyframes are ready. Now I have to apply these styles to the element using an animation property. we need to specify here the name of the keyframes, ripple anim, and also the duration, which is going to be 0.5 seconds. So now if I hover over the button, then the element will appear smoothly. But as you can see, we have here a couple of issues. Once the element appears and its size is increased, then it hides. So we need to maintain the styles which we have at 100%. For that, we need to use a value called forwards. So now this problem is fixed and the element no longer hides. The next issue is that the size of the element is not enough to cover the button, so we have to increase it. Let's make width and height, both of them, to 100%. So now this size is twice bigger, but still it's not enough, because if I enter the mouse and stop it at the edge of the button, then the ripple won't cover it. So let's increase width and height slightly. Let's make them 210%. Alright, so now the problem is fixed. The next thing that I'm going to take care of is to hide the outer parts of the ripple. For that, we can use simply overflow hidden. Alright, so now we have a much better result. The next thing that I want to do is to get rid of the ripple once the mouse leaves the button. We have to use one of the events called mouse leave. So let's attach to main btn event listener with mouse leave events and with a callback function. In order to get rid of the elements, we have to use one of the methods called remove child. And we have to specify here the name of the variable. Alright, so now everything works perfectly. The last thing that I'm going to do is to rotate the content of the button on hover. And also we need to change the color of the border. So let's go ahead and select main btn with hover, followed by the content of the button. So I'm going to rotate the element by 60 degrees. We need transform, rotate 60 degrees. And also I'm going to change the color of the border. Let's assign to it 0.2 rem, dotted, and as the color I'm going to use 9B OE. Besides that, we need a transition for smooth effect, and actually we have to use it twice. I mean, we need to use it by default for the elements and also on hover. So by default we need transition, transform 0.2 seconds, then border with the same duration. As for the transition on hover, we need the same values, but transform will have little delay, 0.5 seconds. Okay, so finally we are done. The button works perfectly. It has some nice effects and animations. I think it was interesting and kind of different, and I hope you liked it. Now we have to move on and take care of the next section. Alright, we have finished working on the first section in the previous lecture, and now it's time to take care of the next section, which is going to be about me. This section consists of a heading and some text, which has nice and cool animation effects. By default, the text is not quite visible because it is blended with a dark background, and once we hover over it, it will change its color, and also the letters will start to animate. Besides that, we will have here the button, which is similar to the button that we have created in the last lecture. Okay, so that's it about the second section. Let's go ahead and start to create an HTML markup. Let's insert new comments for section 2. Then open section tag with the class section 2. So overall, we will have 3 different elements. The first one is going to be this section heading. So I'm going to insert here comments, section 2 heading. Then end of section 2 heading. Then let's open h1 heading tag with the class section 2 heading. and with the content about me. Alright, next we will have a paragraph for the text. Let's insert new comments, about me text, end of about me text, and then open p tag with the class about me text. Actually, I'm going to leave this element empty because we will insert here the text using JavaScript. Alright, that's it about the HTML markup of the second section. We will add here the main button a little bit later. So right now, the heading is not visible because it's placed behind the background. We will fix that soon. Let's go ahead and start to customize the section. I'm going to insert new comments in the CSS file, section 2, end of section 2. Then select the section element and set its position to relative. So now if I select all the elements, then we will see the heading about me. Let's create some space inside of the section. I'm going to do that using padding. Let's set it to 10 rem at the top, then 10 rem on the right side, 15 rem at the bottom, and 10 rem on the left side. Okay, so right now I'm going to take care of the text. So I think it will be better if we comment the heading out for a while. So as I said, we will create text using JavaScript. At first, let's select the paragraph which will wrap the text. I'm going to insert here new comments, about me text, end of about me text, then create new variable. I'm going to call it about me text, and select paragraph using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name about me text. Alright, after that I'm going to create a new variable which will store the text of the paragraph. I'm going to call this variable about me text content. The text itself is going to be the following: I am a designer and I create awards-winning websites with the best user experience, and I do not talk much, just contact me. So we're going to transform this string value into an array. Each character, including the white spaces, will be the separate items of an array. And then we will create span elements for each item, and we will store these characters in span elements. In order to transform this string value into an array, I'm going to use array.from method. We need to pass here the name of the variable. Let's go ahead and see in the console what it looks like. I'm going to inspect the page and switch to the console tab. So as you can see, here we have an array in which you can find all the characters and the white spaces as the separate items. So now we need to store each character in the span element. For that, we have to loop through the array, create span elements, and assign to them each character. So in order to loop through the array, I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called forEach, which will take one parameter. It's going to be the callback function, which itself will take one parameter, and it's going to be the current item of the array during the loop. Okay, so now we have to create a span element, and for that I'm going to use create element method. Let's create new variable and call it span, and then use create element method. We have to specify the tag name inside of the parentheses. Okay, so the span elements are created, and now we have to assign to them array items as the text content. So we need span.text content, and it should be equal to character. Okay, finally we have to append these elements to the paragraph. We need about me text dot append child, and we have to specify here variable span. Alright, so as you can see, the paragraph is displayed on the page. Now we have to style it. At first, let's select a paragraph, insert new comments, about me text, end of about me text. Then select paragraph. I'm going to decrease its width. Let's make it 8%. And then place the paragraph in the center using margin or row. After that, I'm going to select the span element. So first of all, let's change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Poppins sans serif. Then increase the font size, make it 15 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font bolder using font weight bold, and then change the color, make it AAA. Okay, next I'm going to add to it a couple of more styles. Let's increase letter spacing slightly, make it 0.5 rem. Also decrease line height, make it 0.9, and use text shadow with values 0, 0, 1 rem, and as the color I'm going to use 9BOEOE. Okay, so the text looks good. Next I'm going to set its position to relative because we need to change its position during the animation. And the last thing that I want to do is to blend the paragraph with the background. For that, I'm going to use CSS property called Mix Blend Mode, and I'm going to set it to Color Dodge. Alright, so the text is styled, and now we can create the animation. During the animation, we will change the color of the letters, and also we'll change the positions slightly. Let's create CSS keyframes. I'm going to call it About Me Text Anim. So at 0%, I'm going to set color to AAA, which is the default one. And also I'm going to define the top position. Let's set it to 0. Then from 10% to 90%, I'm going to change the color and the top position. Let's set color to white. As for the top position, it's going to be 2 rem. As for the 100%, we need the same styles which we used at 0%. Alright, so the keyframes are ready, and we have to apply these styles to the text once we hover over the span elements. I'm going to do that using JavaScript. We need to attach an event listener to the span element with mouse enter event. So we need add event listener method. And we have to pass here the event mouse enter and also the callback function. Next, I'm going to pass here an event object. And then we have to define the animation for the target of the event object. So we need e.target.style.animation. And then we have to specify here the name of the keyframes, which is About Me Text Anim. The next value is going to be duration, 10 seconds. And also, we need to run the animation infinitely. So if I hover over the text, then we will get a nice animation effect. Alright, so actually, with the About Me text, we're done. And now we have to take care of the section heading. And also, we should add to the section the main button. At first, let's customize the heading. Right now it is hidden, so let's get rid of the comment. Then insert new comments in the CSS file, Section-2 heading, end of Section-2 heading. Then select the heading element. I'm going to set its font size to 2 rem, then make it slightly lighter using font weight 300. Also change the color, make it white, and transform text into uppercase. After that, I'm going to take care of its position. Let's set it to absolute. I'm going to center the elements vertically, so I'm going to set top to 50%. As for the left position, it's going to be 10 rem. And then in order to center the element perfectly, we need transform, translate y with the value minus 50%. Okay, so next I'm going to place the heading vertically. For that we need width to be 0, and also we have to use one of the CSS properties called word break with the value break all. And lastly, I'm going to increase the line height. Let's set it to 4. Alright, so that's it about the heading. The last thing that I'm going to do in this lecture is to insert the main button in the second section. I'm going to grab it from the first section and paste it here. Also change the content. We need here let's talk. Okay, so here we have a button, but we have some issues. Actually, it is not centered, and also if I hover over it, we won't get any ripple effect. At first, let's take care of its position. I'm going to insert here new comments, section 2, main button, end of section 2 main button. So in order to apply the styles to only this particular button, I mean, if we want to override its default styles with the new ones, we need to select it with the combination of its parent elements. So we need section 2, followed by the main button. I'm going to set its left position to 50%. Then I'm going to change bottom position. Let's make it minus 5 rem. And then in order to center the element horizontally, we need to transform, translate x, minus 50%. So the button is centered, and now we have to take care of the ripple effect. Before we do that, I'm going to grab the styles of the main button and paste them into the common styles, because throughout this project we will have a couple of such buttons. Okay, finally we need to fix the ripple effect problem. It is going to be quite simple. We need to select all the buttons. So let's change the name of the variable. I'm going to call it main btns and select them using query selector all method. As you know, this method returns a node list, so we have to loop through this list. We need main btns with for each. Let's pass here the btn. Then we have to grab this entire code and insert it here. And we have to change the main btn into btn everywhere. Alright, so now everything works perfectly. We have here a ripple effect. And finally, with the second section, we are done. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so once we are done with the second section, in which we have created an animated text, now it's time to move on and start to work on one of the most interesting and important sections, which is my work. So this section will include the projects of the designer. Actually, those projects are the parts of our previous course where we built 10 pretty large responsive websites from scratch, so you can check it out. In this case, we use here the images of the projects. Right now, only 6 projects are displayed, but down below we have a show more button. If I click it, then the rest of the projects will appear with a fade effect. The button now is displaying show less, and if I click it, then we will get back only 6 projects again. If I hover over the project, then it will scroll up nicely. And besides that, if I click the project, it will expand and you'll be able to look at the entire project. Actually, those are similar images, but with different sizes. Those big images are creating on the fly when we click the project. Actually, it allows us not to overload the web page. Alright, this section has lots of cool features and effects, so let's start to build it. First of all, as usual, I'm going to start with the HTML markup. Let's create new comments in the HTML file for section 3. Then open the section tag with the class section 3. So overall, we will have 3 different parts. The first one is going to be the heading. Let's insert new comments. Section 3 heading. End of section 3 heading. Then open the H1 heading tag with the class section 3 heading. And as the content, let's insert here my work. Alright, next we will have projects. So we need here new comments, projects, end of projects. Let's open the div tag with the class projects. It will be the wrapper of the projects. So overall we'll have 10 different projects, 10 different images, and each of them will be wrapped by a div element. So let's go ahead and open it with the class project. And then insert here an image. We need to specify here the path of the file. We need to select project1 JPG. Okay, let's duplicate this project 9 times and then quickly change the names of the images. We need here the numbers from 2 to 10. Alright, so that's it about the images. Besides that, we will have the main button in this section, but we'll take care of it a little bit later. Okay, that's it about the HTML markup right now. Images are not visible because they are placed behind the background. So let's go ahead and customize this section. I'm going to insert here new comments for section 3. Then select the section element and define its width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 100%. Then I'm going to create some space inside of the section using padding. We need 20 rem at the top, then 0 on the right side, 10 rem at the bottom, and 0 on the left side. And also set the position to relative. Okay, so now we see here the images and the heading. Actually, like the previous section, I'm going to take care of the heading a little bit later. So let's go ahead and comment it out and start to work on the projects. We need new comments for the projects. Then select a div element. So first of all, I'm going to align the projects, and for that, let's use Flexbox. As you know, we have defined a class center for the flex layout. So let's go ahead and assign it to the div element in the HTML file. Next, I'm going to place the projects on different lines. For that, we have to use flex wrap with the value wrap. And besides that, let's create some space at the bottom of the projects using padding bottom with value 15 rem. Alright, that's it about the wrapper div elements. Right now, these images look kinda ugly. They have different sizes. So let's go ahead and customize them. I'm going to select the project itself. And first of all, let's define width and height. I'm going to set width to 40 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 45 rem. So once we define the width and height of the images, then they covered each other. In order to hide the outer parts of the images, we need to use overflow hidden. And also create some space around the images using margin with the value 5 rem. Alright, after that, I'm going to change the background color of the projects. I'm going to create black space around the images. So let's change the background color, make it black. Next, I'm going to select the image and decrease its width. Let's make it 90%. and also in order to maintain the quality of the image, in order to avoid shrinking it, I'm going to use object feed cover. So we have here the black background, but as you can see, we have to center the images, and for that let's use flexbox. We need display flex, and then for centering I'm going to use justify content center. Alright, for now we have a black space on the left and right sides of the images, and we need to display it at the top of the images as well. For that I'm going to move the images a little bit down, so let's set the position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is the project. And after that I'm going to change the top position. Let's make it 2 rem. Alright, so now we have black space on 3 sides. Next, I'm going to create a border around the projects. Let's assign to it 0.2 rem, dotted, and as the color, let's use 9BOEOE. Also, I'm going to make the border slightly rounded. Let's use border radius with the value 0.5 rem. And finally, let's change the type of the cursor, make it pointer. Alright, so that's it. The projects are customized, and I'm going to create hover effect. Let's take a look at the finished project. If we hover over the projects, then the images will scroll up nicely. Also, you will notice that the images are skewing in the different directions. The odd and even images. For that, we will use CSS keyframes. Alright, at first I'm going to manage to scroll up the image on hover, and after that we'll take care of the skewing part. I'm going to create a hover effect using JavaScript. So once the mouse enters the project, then we should define the top position of the image, and we need that for all the projects. So first of all, we have to select them. Let's insert new comments in the JavaScript file. We need projects, end of projects, then create variable and call it projects. So I'm going to select them using query selector all method. Let's specify here the class name project. Okay, so the projects are selected. Next, we have to loop through them and attach each project event listener with mouse enter event. So we need for each method, which takes one parameter as the callback function, and the callback function itself takes one parameter, which is the current item during the loop. So as I said, we have to attach event listener to each project. So we need to use add event listener method with mouse enter event and with callback function, which will be executed once we hover over the project. Okay, now as I said, we have to change the top position of the images. First of all, we have to access them. For that, I'm going to use one of the DOM properties called first element child. So we need project dot first element child. Now we have the access to the image elements, and then we have to define the top position. So we need style dot top. So all images have different heights, and we need to find out how much we need to scroll up each image. So we have to subtract the height of the project from the height of the image. Because of that, we have to scroll up the image. The value of the top position is going to be negative. So now we need to define the height of the image. Therefore, we need here project dot first element child dot offset height, and we need to subtract the height of the project. Therefore, we need project dot offset height, and then we need here pixels. Alright, so the last thing that I'm going to do right now is to make the scrolling effect smoother. So we need transition with top and the duration 4 seconds. So, as you can see, the images are scrolling up smoother, but we have here a couple of issues. Once the mouse leaves the project, we need to scroll down the image back to its default position, and also we need the black space at the bottom. For that, we can simply add here 20. As for the mouse leave, we need to attach a new event listener to the project. So we need add event listener method with mouse leave events and also with callback function. So in this case, we have to set top position to rem. So we need project dot first element child dot style dot top equal to rem. Okay, so now everything works perfectly, and we can move on and take care of the skewing effects. For that, we have to create a CSS keyframes. At first, I'm going to create them for the alt images. So during the animation, we have to rotate images a couple of times, horizontally and vertically. Let's call the keyframes alt img anim. So at 0%, we don't need to rotate the elements, so we need transform rotate y 0. Then on the next step, at 25%, I'm going to rotate element according to y-axis by -2 degrees, and also we need to rotate the elements according to x-axis by 2 degrees. Then at 30%, I'm going to copy this line of code and paste it here. We need the value of rotate y to be 2 degrees. As for the rotate x function, we need here -2 degrees. As for the 100%, we don't need to rotate the element. Okay, so the keyframes are ready. Next, we need to select all images. So we need here project followed by the nth child selector, and we have to specify here alt. Then we need hover followed by image. So in order to apply the CSS keyframes, we have to use animation. We need here the name of the keyframes, alt img anim, followed by the duration, 4 seconds. And also I'm going to use here a little delay time, 0.2 seconds. So right now, if I hover over the first image, then nothing special will happen. We don't see here a skewing effect. It happens because we have to create 3D environments for the elements, and for that we have to use one of the CSS properties called perspective. Let's set it to 20 rem. So now if I hover over the image, then it will skew in 3D space nicely. Alright, let's go ahead and do the same for the even images. We can duplicate this entire code. Let's change all into even. As for the keyframes, we just need to change the places of the transform properties at 25 and 50% steps. So now, as you can see, everything works fine. Next, I'm going to add a little delay time before the image scrolls up. Let's make it 0.2 seconds. Alright, so before we finish this lecture, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to decrease the opacity for every image by default. Let's make it 0.5. And then increase it on hover. We need opacity 1. And also add here the transition. Alright, that's it right now. Next, we're going to create the click event and expand the images, so let's move on. Alright, so in the previous lecture we created and customized the projects. I mean, we have aligned images and also we have created a hover effect. The next thing that we are going to do is to expand the project once we click it, like it is in the finished version of the project. Before we do that, I'm going to fix a little issue that we have in the previous section. If I hover over the button from the bottom side, then nothing will happen. The reason is that the project section covers the button partially. So to fix that, I'm going to decrease the padding top for the section. Let's make it 10 rem. And also I'm going to add here margin top with value 10 rem. So now, as you can see, the problem is fixed. Alright, let's go back to the project section. So when we click the project, then we have to create a new element. I mean this big image. By default, it doesn't exist. It is only created on click. So it helps us to not overload the web page because those images are really the big ones. The first thing that I'm going to do is to attach the event listener to the project with the click event. At first, let's insert here new comments, big project image, and of big project image. Then attach event listener to the project with click events and with a callback function. So as we said, we have to create a new element on click. But before we create the image, at first we need to create a wrapper of the image. I mean the dark background that appears at first. In order to create the element, I'm going to use the create element method. Let's create new variable. I'm going to call it big img wrapper. And then create the element using create element method. We need to specify here the tag name div. So the element is created. Next, I'm going to assign to it a class name. Actually, we can do that in a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use the property called class name. So we need big img wrapper dot class name, and the value is going to be project img wrapper. All right, now we have to add a new element to the container. At first, let's select the container itself. I'm going to create new variable and then select container using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name container. After that, in order to attach the image wrapper to the container, we need to use one of the methods called append child. And we have to specify here big img wrapper. Alright, that's it about the wrapper. In order to see that the element is creating on click, let's inspect the page and look at the Elements tab. Once I click the project, then the element will be created. Okay, before we create the image itself, at first I'm going to style the wrapper. Let's insert here new comments, big project image, and of big project image. Then select the wrapper. So the position of the wrapper is going to be fixed. Also, I'm going to define top and left properties. Let's set both of them to 0. Then I'm going to expand element to the entire viewport, and also I'm going to change the background color. Let's set width and height, both of them to 100%. As for the background color, I'm going to use RGBA value. Let's insert here black color with the opacity 0.9. Alright, now if I click the project, then the wrapper will be displayed. As you know, the wrapper should display from the top with a little animation. So I'm going to create the CSS keyframes Before that, let's decrease the height of the wrapper, make it 0, and then create CSS keyframes. I'm going to call it img wrapper anim. So overall we'll have two different steps. At 0%, the height is going to be 0. As for the 100%, I'm going to increase the height to 100%. Then I'm going to use animation property. We have to specify here the name of the keyframes, img wrapper anim. Then the next value is going to be duration, 1 second. And besides that, I'm going to maintain height 100% when the animation ends. So we need here forwards. So if I click the project, then the wrapper will appear from the top side nicely. Alright, that's it about the image wrapper right now. Next, I'm going to take care of the image itself. Like the wrapper, we have to create this element. So I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it big img. And then create element. Let's specify here the tag name img. So the element is created, and next I'm going to assign to it a class name for the CSS styles. So we need big img dot class name, and the value is going to be project img. Alright, now in order to test if the image is displayed on click, I'm going to define its name in the source attribute and give it the name of any of the images. In order to define the attribute for the element, we have to use one of the methods called setAttribute. It takes two arguments. The first one is the name of the attribute. In this case, we need src, source. As for the second argument, it's going to be the path of the image. So we need images, then the projects folder, and the image with the name project1 big.jpg. And lastly, we have to attach an image to the wrapper using append child method. So now if I click the project, then the big image will display. Right now, if I click any of the projects, the same image will display. I mean the first one, because we defined the path of the image with the first image. And we don't need that. We have to display the similar image for every project. In order to do that, we have to get access to the path of the image, which is clicked. Let's go ahead and create a new variable. I'm going to call it img path. In order to get access to the source attribute, at first we need to access the image element itself. So we need project.first element child, and then we need to get the source attribute using getAttribute method. We have to specify here name of the attribute src. Let's see in the console what this variable gives us. If I click the project, then we will get the path of the image in the console. If we click any other projects, then we will get the proper path of the image. Alright, so from this path we need everything that is placed on the left side of the dot, because big images have a similar path, but the actual image names are different. They have big after the numbers. So in order to grab the first part of the path, I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called split. We need to split the path on dot. So now if I click the project, then we will get an array with two different items. The first one is the path without extension of the image. As for the second one, it is the extension JPG. In order to select the first item, we need to define the index number as 0. Now if I click the project, then we will get the first array item. Alright, now we have to use this item and add to the name of the image big.jpg. In order to do that, we have to change this path and make it dynamic. Let's open backticks and insert here the variable image. path and then add to it dash big.jpg. Okay, so now if I click the projects, then we'll get the proper images. Alright, everything works fine, and we have to style the images, I mean the big ones. So let's select them. Let's set width to 100%. Also, I'm going to make the corners slightly rounded using border radius with the value 0.5 rem. Also, let's create padding. I'm going to make it 7 rem at the top and bottom and 20 rem on the left and right sides. And also decrease the opacity slightly, make it 0.9. Alright, so the images look good. Now we have to add to them an animation. By default, I'm going to hide them and display once we click the project and the wrapper appears. So let's go ahead and create CSS keyframes. I'm going to call them img anim. So overall we will have 2 steps. At 0%, I'm going to set scale of the element to 0. As for the 100%, I'm going to make scale 1. And also use animation. We need here the name of the keyframes, img anim. Also the duration, 1 second. And we need delay time, which is going to be 1 second. In this case, we need to make scale 0 as the default style of the image. And also we have to maintain scale 1 once the animation ends. In order to do that, we can either set the transform scale to 0 by default and then use forwards in the animation property, as we already did it for the image wrapper, or we can simply use here the value called both, which will do the same job. So if I click the project, then the image will appear. Right now it appears from the bottom and I want to display it from the top. So we have to change the origin of the transformation. We need top center. Alright, so now we have a much better result. Right now we cannot scroll down the image, we scroll the page itself, which is hidden. In order to do that, I'm going to use overflow property with the values hidden scroll. Now we are able to scroll down the image, but as you can see, we have 2 scroll bars here, one for the image and the second one for the page. In order to fix that, we should assign to the body element overflow y hidden using JavaScript. So we need document.body.style.overflow y with the value hidden. Alright, now everything works perfectly, and the only thing that I'm going to do in this video is to create the close button once we expand the image. First of all, let's create the HTML markup for the button. I'm going to insert here new comments, project hide button, end of project hide button. Then open the button tag with the class project hide btn. I'm going to pass here one of the HTML5 entities. It's going to be the arrow. We need here LAQUO, semicolon, followed by the word close. After that, I'm going to customize the button. Let's insert new comments in the CSS file for the button. Then select it. First of all, I'm going to define the position of the button. It's going to be placed at the top right corner. So I'm going to set position to fixed. And then I'm going to make top and right properties, both of them 5 rem. Next, I'm going to make the background color transparent. Also get rid of default border Then I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's make it white. Then increase the font size, make it 2 rem. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. And also change the type of the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so here we have the closing button. If I click the projects, then the image wrapper will cover it. So we have to fix that. And for that, let's use the z-index property with some higher value than 0. Let's say 10. Alright, so by default, we need to hide the button and display it once we click the project. In order to hide the element, I'm going to use transform, scale with the value 0, and also visibility hidden. So in order to display the button back once we click the project, I'm going to use a new class in CSS in which we'll define the new styles. I mean the styles to display the button. So I'm going to call the class change, and then we have to select project hide btn. We didn't use here space between those two classes because we select the same element with two different class names. If the element doesn't have any of those classes, then those styles won't be applied to the element. So we need here transform, scale 1, and visibility visible. Alright, next we should add class change to the button on click using JavaScript. At first, we need to select the button itself. Let's create a new variable and call it project hide btn. Then select the button using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name project hide btn. Then we have to add class change to the button once we click the projects. So we need here project hide btn dot class list dot add, and we have to specify here the name of the class change. Besides that, we should remove it when we click the button itself. In this case, I'm going to use onClick event handler because in the case of the event listener, the click event is added multiple times and we don't need that. We need to fire click event only once. So I'm going to write here project hide btn dot onClick, which should be equal to an arrow function. And here we have to remove class change from the class list. Besides that, we need to remove the wrapper of the big image. So I'm going to write here big img wrapper dot remove. And also we need to change the value of the overflow y property for the body element back to scroll. So we need document dot body dot style dot overflow y with the value scroll. Alright, so everything works fine. The only thing that I'm going to do is to add a little transition to the close button. We need the transition only when the button appears, so we need to insert it with the class change. Let's set it to transform and duration 0.5 seconds. Alright, so finally we're done. Everything works perfectly. Next, we have to take care of the show more button, so let's move on. Okay, so we created and customized the projects. We added a couple of different effects to them, like the hover and click effects. Right now, all 10 projects are displayed on the page, and I think it doesn't look quite good. And also, it won't look good when we made our project responsive to smaller screen sizes. So I'm going to hide some of the projects, also add here a show more button, and once the user clicks it, then we will display all 10 projects. Instead of show more, we will display show less, and also we will change the direction of the arrow. Actually, the arrow shows us the direction of scrolling which happens on click. Besides that, the projects are displaying and hiding with some fade effects. Alright, so that's it what we are going to do in this video. Let's get started. The first thing that I'm going to do is to hide the last 4 projects, and I'm going to do that using JavaScript. We already have here for each method in order to loop through the projects. The projects is a node list and each project has its own index number. We need to hide the last 4 projects, I mean the projects which have index numbers from 6 through 9. So we need to access those projects. For that we have to pass here another parameter, I, which will be the index number. Now we need to use an if statement in which we have to define if I is greater than or equal to 6. If this condition is true, then we have to hide the projects. So we need here project.style.css text, and we have to pass here 2 CSS properties. The first one is going to be display with the value none. As for the second one, we need opacity 0. So as you can see, the last 4 projects are hidden. Okay, actually this code, I mean the if statement, works fine, but we can write it more concisely. Instead of the if statement, we can use logical AND operator. So we can get rid of if keyword, also the curly braces, and we have to add here AND operator, which is expressed by 2 ampersands. So if the left side is true, then we can simply add a block of code on the right side of the operator. So as you can see, we have here the exact same result. Now it is time to add here the button. It will be the main button, which we have already used a couple of times. So let's go to the index.html file, grab the button from the previous section and paste it here. I'm going to change the content. We need here show more. And also let's add to it another class, projects btn. And also change the comment. We need here projects button. So as you can see, here we have the button. Right now it is placed on the left side of the page, so we need to center it. Let's insert new comments in the CSS file, projects button, end of projects button. Then select button with the newly added class name, projects btn. In order to center the element, I'm going to use left position with the value 50%, and then for perfect centering, we need transform, translate x with the value minus 50%. So as you can see, the button is placed in the center. Alright, now I'm going to add an event listener to the button with the click event. Once we click it, we have to display the hidden projects. First of all, let's insert comments, project button, end of project button, and then select the button itself. I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it projects btn, and select button using query selector method. We need here class projects btn. Alright, next we need to attach to it an event listener with click event and with a callback function. So the first thing that we're going to do is to prevent the default action when we click the button. I mean, once we click the button, we will navigate to the top side of the page. So we don't need that. I'm going to pass here an event object. And then we need e.prevent default. Now, as you can see, we no longer navigate upwards. Alright, now it's time to manage to show and hide the projects. For that, at first, we need to loop through the projects. So I'm going to use for each method with a callback function. I'm going to pass here 2 different parameters. The first one is going to be the project. As for the second one, we need again index number, I mean I. Now we need to get access to the hidden projects. As you remember, we did that using the index number. If the index number is greater than or equal to 6, then it means that we have access only to the hidden projects. So I'm going to use here an if statement in which we have to define if I is greater than or equal to 6. So if this condition is true, then we have to manage to show and hide the projects. For that, I'm going to create a new variable, which is going to be the Boolean value. I'm going to call it show hide bool, and by default, I'm going to set it to true. Next, we need another if statement in which we have to check if the Boolean value is true or false. So I'm going to pass here the name of the variable. If it is true, then we have to display the projects. So we need project.style.display. It should be equal to flex. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code. And we need here opacity with the value 1. Then if it is false, we have to hide the projects. So we need the else statement. Then I'm going to grab those two lines and change the values. We need display property to be none. As for the opacity, it's going to be 0. Alright, finally we have to switch the value of the show hide bool variable. If it is true, then we have to make it false, and vice versa. So we need show hide bool to be equal to not show hide bool. If I click the button, then the hidden projects will display, and on the next click, they will hide. Alright, after that, I'm going to change the text content of the button. Once we display the projects, then the button should have the content like show less, and besides that, we have to rotate the arrow. At first, let's take care of the text content. First of all, I'm going to select the span element. Let's create a new variable. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this line of code, then change the name of the variable. It's going to be project.btn text, and also I'm going to add here span. Alright, so when we display the projects, we should make the text content show less. We need here project.btn text content to be equal to show less. And when we hide the projects, we should change show less into show more. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and we need to change here less into more. So if I click, then the text content of the button will change. Alright, next I'm going to rotate the arrow on click. For that, I'm going to create a new class in CSS and select the lines with this class. We will define new styles, and then we will add this class to the parent element of the lines, I mean the button content. At first, let's add the class to the mentioned element. We need project.btn. Then we have to get access the first child element of the button. In this case, it's going to be the ripple. So we need first element child. And then we have to get access to the content, which will be the sibling of the ripple. So I'm going to use here property called next element sibling. Okay, so now we have to access to the content, and we have to add to it class change. In this case, I'm going to use a method called toggle. It allows us to add the class to the element if it doesn't have it, and remove the class if it does have it. So we need class list dot toggle, and I'm going to specify here the name of the class as change. Alright, that's it about JavaScript. Now we have to define styles in CSS. We need to select lines with the class change. Next, we need one of the CSS combinators called child selector, which selects all the elements that are the children of the specified element. And now we have to specify the class name of the line, followed by the nth child selector with the number 1. Alright, so we have to rotate the first line according to the z-axis by 45 degrees. And besides that, we have to move it slightly according to the x-axis with the value minus 0.65 rand. Okay, that's it about the first line. I'm going to duplicate this code twice and then make some changes. For the second line, we need rotate Z with the value minus 45 degrees. As for the value of the translate X function, it's going to be 0.65 rem. Next comes the third line. We need rotate Z with the value 90 degrees. As for the translate X, it's going to be minus 0.5 rem. And besides that, we have to set border left to 0.1 rem, solid, and the white color. And also we need to get rid of border on the right side. Okay, so if we click the button, then the arrow will rotate. Everything works fine so far. We need to add a fade effect to the projects. Next, we have to make our code a little bit cleaner, and also we have to customize the heading of the section. For that, let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the last lecture we managed to show and hide the projects once we click the Show More button. Now we have to add to them some fade effects, and also once we click the button we have to scroll down the page smoothly. In order to create the fade effects, we have to display the projects with some intervals, and therefore we are going to use the setTimeout method. So we need to define the different delay times for display flex and opacity 1. At first we have to assign to the projects display flex, and then after some time we have to start to display the projects with different intervals. So I'm going to use the setTimeout method. Then I'm going to insert this line of code inside of the function, and as the second argument, I mean the amount of time, I'm going to pass here 600 milliseconds. So now once I click the button, then the projects will display after a little delay. Okay, now we have to take care of the opacity. As I already said, we need different delay times for each project. Let's use again setTimeout method and paste here this line of code. Now we have to define the second argument, I mean the delay time. In order to define different delay times for each project, I'm going to use the I parameter, and we have to multiply it by some amount of time, let's say 200. So now if I click the button, and the project will appear at some intervals. Right now we don't have the fade effect because we need to use transition. We need to assign it to the project. We need opacity and the duration 0.5 seconds. So as you can see, now we have the fade effect. Okay, right now, once I click the button, the page doesn't scroll down automatically. We have to do it manually. So let's go ahead and fix that problem. I'm going to use one of the methods called scroll into view, and we have to attach it to the section element. So first of all, let's select it. I want to create new variable. Let's call it Section-3, and then select element using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name Section-3. And then pass the following in the first setTimeout method. We need to attach scroll into view method to Section-3. It will take one argument. It's going to be the object. We need here property called block with the value end. Now when I click the button, the page will scroll down, but without any smooth effect. In order to fix that, we have to assign to the HTML element one of the properties called scroll behavior with the value smooth. So now, as you can see, everything works fine. Alright, now we have to do the same things once we hide the projects. We have to hide the projects with fade effect, and again with some intervals. We need to assign to the projects opacity 0 with different intervals until the projects will get display none. So we need to use again set timeout method, but now in the else statement. Let's insert here this line of code. And as the second argument, I mean the amount of time, let's insert 1200 milliseconds. Besides that, we need to hide the projects using opacity with different intervals. So again, we need set timeout method. Then let's place this line of code inside the function. And as the second argument, I'm going to pass here I multiplied by 100. Now if I click the button, then the projects will hide with fade effects. And the only thing that we have to do is to scroll up the page. So we need again scroll into view method. Let's grab this line of code and paste it here. So right now we have the same result because we don't have the content after this section yet. Once we add the content, then it will work like it's in the finished project. Alright, before we move on and customize the heading of the section, I'm going to make this code a little bit cleaner. I'm going to create two different functions for showing and hiding the projects. Let's create a new function outside of the click event. I'm going to call the function show projects. It will take two parameters. The first one is going to be the project. As for the second one, it should be the index number. Then I'm going to grab the set timeout methods from the if statements and paste them inside of the function. And then we have to call this function inside of the if statement. As the arguments, we have to pass here projects and I. Let's do the same for the else statement. Let's create new function. I'm going to call it hide projects. It will take two parameters as well, projects and I. Then grab the set timeout methods from the else statement, paste them inside the function, and then call the function inside the else statement with the arguments project and I. So as you can see, everything works in the same way, but now we have a little bit cleaner code. I want to do a couple of more things. Instead of the if statement, I'm going to use again logical AND operator. Let's get rid of the if keyword and the curly braces, and then add here two ampersands. As for the second if-else statement, I'm going to use a ternary operator. Let's open parentheses and insert the condition. I mean the show hide bool. Next, we need the question mark. So if the boolean value is true, then we have to call the show projects function. And if it is false, then we have to call the hide projects function. Alright, next I'm going to take care of the text content of the button. We don't need this code to be inside the for each method because it will execute this code on each iteration. So I'm going to place it outside of the for each method. We need the boolean value, I mean show hide bool, followed by the ternary operator. So if this condition is true, then we need the text content to be show less. So let's grab this code from here. And if it is false, then we need show more. So I'm going to grab this line of code. Finally, let's get rid of the if-else statement from here. Alright, so again, everything works in the same way. Actually, I noticed here that the arrow is changing its direction without transition, and it doesn't look quite good. So let's go ahead and add a transition to the lines. We have to select projects btn followed by main btn line. Let's use transition with the values all and 0.5 seconds. Alright, so now the problem is fixed and the arrow is rotating smoothly. So finally, we have to take care of the heading of the section. It's going to be similar to the heading of the previous section. So in order to avoid writing the same code over and over again, I'm going to assign to them a common class name and use the same code for both headings and also for the headings which we will create in the future. First of all, I'm going to get rid of the comments from the heading. Then let's assign to both headings class section heading. Then I'm going to grab the code and paste it in the comment styles. Also change the comments. We need section heading and the class name. Alright, so we have here the heading of the section. So in the future, we will just add the class names to headings and they will be automatically positioned and styled. Alright, that's it. Finally, we have finished working on the project section. Let's move on. Okay, so once we are done with the project section, now it's time to move on and start to work on the next section, which is going to be the services. Let's take a look at the finished project. So here we have a couple of different services. They are displayed in a large font, and if we click them, then some text will appear with some nice fade effects. Also, the services will move to the left side smoothly. That's what we're going to create in the section. I'm going to start with the HTML markup. Let's insert new comments in the HTML file for section 4. Then open section tag with the class section 4. So this section will consist of two main parts. We will have a section heading and then the services. Let's insert new comments for section heading. Then I'm going to open h1 heading tag with the class section heading and with the content what I can. Alright, next we will have the services. Let's create again new comments, services, end of services. Then open the div tag, which is going to be the wrapper of the services. I'm going to assign to it class services wrapper. So overall, we'll have 6 different services. Let's open the div tag, which is going to be the service itself. Each service will consist of 2 different elements. The first one is going to be the link tag with the class service btn. Then I'm going to insert here span elements. It's going to be kind of heading of the service. Let's insert here UI UX. As for the second element inside the service, it's going to be the text. Let's open p tag with the class service text. Actually, I prepared the service text for each service, so I'm going to copy the first one from this text document. It will be attached to the source file so you can download and use it. So as I said, we will have 6 different services. So I'm going to duplicate this code 5 times and then change the content. The second service is going to be icon illustration. Then we will have branding. The next one is going to be development. Also, we will have motion. and then photography. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Right now the content is not visible. It has ended up behind the background. Let's go ahead and start to customize this section. I'm going to insert new comments in the CSS file, section 4, end of section 4. Then select section element and define its position. I'm going to make it relative, and also I'm going to set width to 100%. So as you can see, now the content of this section is visible. We have here a heading that is already positioned and styled, and also you can see here the services. Alright, that's it about this section element right now. Let's move on and customize the wrapper of the services. Let's insert new comments, services, end of services. I'm going to set the width of the wrapper to 100%. Next, we have to align the services using Flexbox. I'm going to assign to the wrapper class center. It includes a couple of Flexbox styles. And besides that, I'm going to add to the wrapper flex direction column. So as you can see, the services are placed in the center of the section. Alright, after that, I'm going to customize the service itself. So let's select it. First of all, I'm going to define the width. Let's set it to 70%. Also, I'm going to create some space at the top and bottom of the element. Let's set margin to 2 rem and 0. And then create border at the bottom. We need here 0.5 rem, solid. And as the color, I'm going to use 9BOEOE. Alright. Next, I'm going to define the width for the service button. Let's select service btn and set its width to 100%. After that, let's customize the span element. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Poppins sans serif. Then increase the font size, make it 10 rem. Also, I'm going to change the style of the font. It's going to be italic. Then we need font weight to be bold. And finally, change the color. Let's use again 9BOEOE. Alright, so as you can see, the headings of the services are customized. By default, we have to place them on the right side. Let's do that using positions. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, because we're going to position span element according to the parent. Now, as you can see, the layout is kind of messed up. In order to fix that, we have to set display property for the service button to block, because by default the link element is in line. And also we need to define height. Let's make it 15 rem. Alright, so now as you can see, the problem is fixed and we can move the services to the right side. So let's set right to 0. Alright, that's it about the link elements. Let's move on and customize the text. Let's select service text. I'm going to increase the font size. Let's make it 5 rem. Also change the color. Make it 777. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. And lastly, change the height, make it 15 rem. Alright, so that's it. Everything is customized and ready to add some effects to this section. So by default, we're going to hide the text of the service. For that, let's make the height of the text 0. And besides that, I'm going to use visibility hidden and opacity 0. Alright, so the text is hidden and now we have to display it once we click the service button. So I'm going to create a new class in CSS with new styles, and then we will add this class to the paragraph on click using JavaScript. Let's go to the script.js file and insert new comments for Section 4. So first of all, we have to select the link elements. Then we should loop through them and attach an event listener to each of them. So I'm going to select link elements using query selector all method. We have to specify here the class name service btn. Then we need for each method with a callback function. As the parameter, I'm going to insert here service. And then we have to attach an event listener to this service with click event and with a callback function. Alright, so first of all, I'm going to prevent the default action of the link elements as we did it previously. I mean, once we click the link, then we will navigate to the top side of the page. In order to avoid it, we need the prevent default method. At first, let's pass here the event object and then use prevent default method. So now the problem is fixed. Next, we need to get access to the paragraph and store it into the variable. Let's create a new variable with the name service text. So we need here service dot next element sibling, because paragraph is a sibling of the service btn. Now we need to add to this element class change, which we'll define in the CSS file. In this case, I'm going to use the toggle method because we have to add class to the element on click and then we have to remove it on the next click. So we need service text dot class list dot toggle, and we have to specify here the class name change. Okay, now we have to define new styles in the CSS file. Let's select service text with class change. In order to display the text, we need the following styles. We have to set height back to 15 rem. Then we have to make visibility visible. And also we have to increase the opacity. Let's make it 1. So now if I click the headings, then the proper service text will display. Right now we don't have here any smooth effects, so we need to use transition. We have to define transition in both cases, I mean by default and with the class change. So in the first case we need transition with the values all 0.2 seconds. As for the second case, we need here to specify height and opacity. So the duration is going to be 0.5 seconds in both cases, but with opacity we need some delay time, let's say 0.5 seconds. So as you can see, everything works fine. The only thing that we have to do is to move this service button to the left side on click. For that we have to use JavaScript because we need some calculations. You may think that we just need to change the right position of this span element, but that's not enough. If we use the left position with the value 0, then we won't be able to use transition. So for example, if we change the right position and make it 100%, then you will see where the span elements will position. So in order to adjust their positions, we have to subtract the width of the span element to 100%. I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it right position. So as we said, we have to define the right position of the service btn, and we have to change it only when the service text has the class change. So we need to insert here a conditional statement where we have to check if this service text contains class change or not. So we need service text dot class list dot contains, and we have to specify here the class change. If this is true, then we have to subtract the width of this span element to 100%. So I'm going to use one of the methods called calc. Then we need 100% minus. So in order to get access to the width of span element, I'm going to use one of the methods called getComputedStyle. This method returns an object with the values of all CSS properties that the element has. Inside the parentheses, we have to specify the span element, which is the child of the service. So we need service.firstElementChild. And now we have to access the width. So this will happen if the condition is true, but if it is false, then we have to make the right position 0. Alright. Finally, we have to assign to the span element right position. We need service.firstElementChild.style.right, and it should be equal to right position. Now, if I click the service button, it will move to the left side. Actually, we need to make this movement smoother, so let's use transition. We need right and the duration 0.5 seconds. Alright, so as you can see, everything works perfectly, and with this section we are done. Next we have to take care of the contact section, so let's move on. Alright, so in the previous lecture we finished working on the project section, and now it's time to move on and take care of the next section, which is going to be a contact me. This section consists of a couple of different parts. We have here the heading followed by a couple of input fields with a submit button, and also down below we have a slideshow of the social media icons. In this lecture we will take care of the form. As for the slideshow, we'll create it later on. The heading, which is placed at the top of the input fields, is dynamic. I mean that by default we see here the text "Let's talk," but if I focus the input fields, then it will change dynamically. Alright, that's it, what we're going to create. As usual, I'm going to start with the HTML markup. Let's insert new comments in the HTML file, section 5, end of section 5. Then open section tag with the class section 5. So in the first part of the section, we will have a section heading and the input fields. Let's insert new comments for section 5 heading. Then open h1 heading tag with the class section heading. And with the content, contact me. Next, I'm going to create a form element, but before that, we need a form wrapper. Let's insert new comments, form, end of form, and then open a div tag with the class form wrapper. So this element will include the heading and the form itself. Let's open h2 heading tag with the class form heading, and with the content "Let's talk." Alright, after that I'm going to create a form element itself. Let's assign to it class contact form. So overall we'll have 3 different input fields, text area and a submit button. Let's open the input tag. The type is going to be text. Also we need here class attribute contact form input, and then we need placeholder with the content name. Let's duplicate this line of code twice. The second input field is going to be for email, so I'm going to change the type and also the placeholder attribute. The next input field will have type text. As for the placeholder attribute, I'm going to insert here subject. Alright, after that I'm going to create a text area. It will have 2 different classes, one for the common styles, I mean contact form input. As for the second one, it's going to be for individual styles. Let's insert here contact form text area. Also, we need placeholder attribute with the content message. Finally, let's create a submit button. I'm going to create it using an input element. The type is going to be submit. Also, we need class attribute with the value form submit btn, and then we need attribute called value with the content send request. All right, so the HTML markup is ready, but right now it's not visible. It is placed behind the background. So we need to start to write some CSS. Let's write new comments in the CSS file, section 5, end of section 5. Then select the section elements. First of all, I'm going to change the position. Let's make it relative. And then I'm going to define the height. Let's make it 100% of the viewport. So as you can see, now the content is visible. I'm going to place it in the center of the section, and for that let's use Flexbox. I'm going to assign to the section element class center. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center of the section, and now we can customize the elements. Let's go ahead and start with the form heading. I'm going to insert here new comments for form. Then select the form heading, and at first let's define its font family. I'm going to use here Poppins sans serif. Then increase the font size, make it 6 rem. Also, I'm going to make font slightly bolder. Let's set font weight to 400. And then change the color. I'm going to use here color 9BO EOE. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters, and also we need some space at the bottom of the heading as well. So let's use letter spacing with the value 0.3 rem. And then we need margin bottom with value 3 rem. Alright, that's it about the heading. Let's move on and take care of the input fields. I'm going to align them using Flexbox. So let's go ahead and assign to the form element class center. And also we need to change the flex direction in order to place the input fields vertically in a column. So let's select contact form and set flex direction to column. Alright, so as you can see, the input fields are aligned, and now we have to style them. Let's start with the contact form input. First of all, I'm going to define width. Let's make it 60 rem. Then I'm going to create some space inside of the input using padding with the value 0.5 rem. And also let's create some space at the top and bottom of the input fields using margin with the values 1 rem and 0. Alright, next I'm going to change the background color and also the border. I'm going to set background color to white, but with a lower opacity. I'm going to use RGBA value with white color and with the opacity 0.1. And also change the border. Let's assign to it 0.1 rem, solid, and the color 9BOEOE. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the font. Let's increase the font size, make it 1.7 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font bold. Then change the color, use here color AAA. And also create some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. Alright, so the input fields look much better. Next, I'm going to take care of the height of the input fields and also the text area. They will have different heights. Let's set the height of the contact form input to 5 rem. Then select text area and set its height to 20 rem. Alright, so as you can see, the input fields and also the text area look nice. Before we move on and customize the submit button, I'm going to fix here a little issue. In case of the text area, we can change its width and height manually from the bottom right corner, where we have the resize controller. once we change the size of the text area, then it will break the layout. So I'm going to disable this feature. For that, we need to use one of the CSS properties called resize, and we have to set it to none. Alright, so as you can see, we can no longer change the size of the text area. So the last element that we need to customize is the submit button. Let's select it. And first of all, I'm going to define width and height. Let's set width to 20 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 5 rem. Then change the background color. I'm going to use here the same red color. And then get rid of the default border. Let's make it none. Okay, next I'm going to place it on the left side. For that, I'm going to use a property called align self with the value flex start. Also increase the font size and change the color of the text. Alright, that's it. All the elements are styled, and now it's time to make the form heading dynamic. Once we focus on the different input fields, we have to display the proper heading. For that, I'm going to use JavaScript. Let's go to the script.js file and insert new comments for section 5. First of all, I'm going to select the form heading and also all the input fields, including the text area. Let's insert here new comments for end of form. Then I'm going to select form heading. So let's create a new variable, call it form heading, and then select this element using query selector method. Then we need to select the inputs. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code, then change the name. We need form inputs. Also, we need here query selector all method, and then let's specify here the class name, content form input. Alright, after that, we need to loop through the input fields and use the event called focus. So I'm going to use for each method with form inputs. Let's pass here a callback function with the parameter input. So we need to attach to the inputs event listener with the event called focus. So once we focus the input field, then we have to change the text content of the heading. So we need here form heading dot text content. Then I'm going to open backticks. The text will start with your, and then we need the value of the placeholder attribute. So I'm going to pass here input dot placeholder. It will give us the value of the placeholder attribute. So if I focus any of the inputs, then the content of the heading will change. Okay, so everything works fine, but we need to change the content of the heading with some fade effect. Once we focus the input, we have to hide the heading and display it after some amount of time, which should be equal to the duration of the transition effect. So first of all, we need to hide the heading. Let's insert here form heading dot style dot opacity equal to 0. Then we need to use a set timeout method. Let's place this line of code inside of the function and also add here form heading dot style dot opacity equal to 1. The duration of the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds, so I'm going to pass here 300 milliseconds, and then we have to use transition in the CSS file with the values opacity 0.3 seconds. Alright, so as you can see, now we have a nice fade effect. The only thing that we have to do is to get back here the default content of the heading once we unfocus the input field. In order to achieve that, I'm going to use another event called blur, which occurs once we unfocus the input fields. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code. Then change the event. We need here blur. And also we need to change the content of the heading. It's going to be the default content, let's talk. So if I click anywhere except the input fields, then the content will change and the default one will be displayed. Alright, so that's it about the first part of the content section. Next, we're going to create the slideshow of the social media icon, so let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the last video we created and customized the first part of the contact section. Now I have to take care of the slideshow of the social media icons. As you can see, they are placed underneath the input fields, I mean at the bottom of the page. The icons are moving with some intervals, and the icon in the center is becoming lighter. As for the rest of the icons, they are darker by default. Alright, let's go ahead and start to create the HTML markup. Let's insert here new comments for slideshow. Then open the div tag, which is going to be the wrapper of the slideshow. So overall, we will have 5 different social media icons. They will be represented by the images, and also they will be wrapped by the link elements. So I'm going to open link tag with the class slideshow link. And then I'm going to pass here image elements. Let's specify the source attribute. We need folders, images, social icons, and then the image slideshow mg1png. So overall we will have 5 icons. Let's duplicate link element 4 times and then quickly change the names of the images. Okay, so here we have the icons. Right now they are too big and the layout is messed up. So let's take care of that. I'm going to place the icons horizontally in a row. So let's use Flexbox. At first I'm going to insert here comments for slideshow. Then select the wrapper div element. Assign to it display flex. Also I'm going to define its width. Next, we need to select the link elements and change the width. I'm going to set the width to 20%. And finally, we need to define the width of the image itself. So let's select image. Set its width to 100%. In this case, the image will take up 100% of the width of its parent element. So now, as you can see, we have here a much better result. Right now, the input fields and the icons are placed side by side. We need to place them on top of each other. So let's go ahead and change the flex direction of the section element. We need to make it column. Alright, so now we need some space between the inputs and the icons. Let's use margin top with the value 10 rem. And also create some space on the left and right sides using padding. Let's set it to 0 and 2 rem. Lastly, I'm going to assign to the icons a padding on the left and right sides. It will kind of shrink the images. So let's set padding to 0 and 1 rem. Alright, that's it about the CSS for now. We have to make the slideshow work using JavaScript. So let's go to the script.js file. First of all, I'm going to insert here new comments for slideshow. Then we need to select the wrapper div element. Let's create a new variable. I'm going to call it slideshow and select it using query selector method. Alright, so let me tell you how we're going to make the slideshow work. We will remove the first icon from the list and we will add it back to the list as the last icon. We will do that with some intervals and also with some smooth transitions. That's all about the process of the slideshow. So as we said, we need some intervals, and for that I'm going to use one of the built-in methods called setInterval. It takes two arguments. The first one is a callback function, which is executed after each interval. As for the second argument, it's going to be the amount of the interval itself. We're going to change the images after 3 seconds, so I'm going to pass here 3000 milliseconds. Okay, so as we said, we have to remove the first icon and then add it to the list as the last one. So first of all, let's select the first icon. I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it first icon. Then we need slideshow.first element child in order to get access to the first icon. So now the first icon is selected, and in order to remove it from the wrapper development, I'm going to use one of the DOM methods called removeChild. So we need slideshow.removeChild, and we have to specify here first icon. So as you can see, after every 3 seconds, the icons are removing. As we said, we have to add them back to the list, and for that I'm going to use another DOM method called appendChild. By default, it adds an element as the last child. So we need slideshow.appendChild, and we have to specify here again first icon. Okay, so as you can see, the slideshow already works, but we need to add to it a couple of different effects. The first thing that I'm going to do is to remove the first icon smoothly with a fade effect. In order to do that, I'm going to create a new class in CSS. Let's call it faded out. So this class will include two styles. In order to fade the element out, we need to make the opacity and width, both of them, 0. And besides that, we have to use transition for the first icon. In order to select the first icon, I'm going to use nth child selector. Then let's insert here transition. We need width with the duration 0.5 seconds, and then opacity with the same duration. Okay, that's it about the CSS. Let's go back to the JavaScript file. Now we need to add class faded out to the first icon. So we need first icon dot class list dot add, and we have to specify here the class name faded out. So now the icon is removing, but without any fade effect, because transition effect needs some time, actually half of the second. So we need to wait for half of the second before we remove the element from the list. In order to do that, I'm going to use one of the methods called setTimeout. It will have two arguments. The first one is going to be a callback function. Let's insert here those two lines. As for the amount of time, I'm going to use 500 milliseconds. So now the icon is removing with a nice fade effect. Now we have to add it back to the list again with fade effect. In order to do that, we have to remove class faded out from the elements. So we need first icon dot class list dot remove faded out. So now the icon is added to the list, but without fade effect, because again we have to wait for half of the second. So we need to use again setTimeout function with the same amount of time, 500 milliseconds. So now still we don't have here the fade effect, because we need to define the transition for the last icon. Actually, we need the same transition that we used for the first icon. So I'm going to add here just the selector for the fifth icon. So right now everything works fine, and we can move on and take care of the second effect. I mean, we have to make the icons darker by default, and we have to make them lighter once they take the third place in the list. First of all, let's make all the icons darker. For that, I'm going to use one of the properties called filter with the function called brightness. After that, I'm going to create a new class in CSS, which will include the higher brightness, and we will add this class to the element using JavaScript. Let's call this class light and assign to it filter brightness with the value 1.5. So now we need to select the third icon and we have to add to it a newly created class light. Let's create a variable, call it third icon. In order to get access to the third icon, we need slideshow.children, and we have to specify here the number 3. So now we have selected the third icon and we need to add to it class light. So we need third icon dot class list dot add light. So now, as you can see, the icon becomes lighter, but it keeps the brightness. We don't need that. We have to remove back the class light. So we need to remove it from the previous sibling of the third icon, because once it moves, it's no longer the third icon in the list, but the second one. So we need third icon dot previous element sibling dot class list dot remove and the class name light. So now everything works fine. We just need to add a transition to this effect. So let's go ahead and select third icon using nth child selector. Assign to it transition with the values filter 0.5 seconds. So now we have much better results. Icon is becoming darker smoothly, but as you can see, we need transition once the icon becomes lighter as well. So let's add here transition, filter, and the duration 1.5 seconds. Okay, so now everything works fine. And before we finish this lecture, I'm going to do one more thing. If I reload the page, then all 5 icons will be darker. Actually, we don't need that. We need to make the third icon lighter by default. And to do that, I'm going to add a class light to the third icon in the HTML file. Okay, that's it. Finally, we're done. We have finished working on the contact section. Let's move on. Okay, so once we are done with the contact section, now I'm going to create and customize the navigation. Let's take a look at the finished project. As you can see, we have here a couple of different navigation items. Once we scroll down the page, then the navigation menu will transform into an icon, which consists of 2 lines. If we click it, again, the menu items will display. After that, if I scroll, then the items will hide and the menu icon will display. If I scroll up all the way to the top of the page, then the menu items will display automatically. Besides that, if I click the menu items, then we will navigate to the proper sections smoothly. Alright, that's what we're going to do in this lecture. Let's go ahead and start to create an HTML markup. I'm going to insert new comments right after the page background. Then I'm going to insert here again new comments for the menu icon. Then open div tag with the class menu icon. So as you saw, the menu icon will consist of 2 lines. So I'm going to open div tag with the class menu icon line. And then let's duplicate it. Next, I'm going to create a navigation items. Let's insert here new comments, navbar, end of navbar. Then open HTML5 nav element with the class navbar. So overall, we will have 5 different navigation items. Let's open link tag with the class navbar link and with the content home. Then I'm going to duplicate link element 4 times and change the content. The second item is going to be about me. Then we will have projects, services, and contact. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Everything is prepared, but right now nothing is visible. We'll fix that soon. Let's start to write CSS. First of all, I'm going to display and customize the navigation items. Let's insert new comments, navigation, end of navigation. Then we need again comments for navbar. Let's select nav element, and first of all define its position. It's going to be fixed, and also I'm going to define top property. Let's make it 2.5 rem. So now the navbar is visible. I mean, if I select all the elements, you will see the navigation items at the top left corner of the page. We need to place them on the right side. For that, I'm going to use Flexbox. First of all, let's define its width. I'm going to set it to 100%. And then use Flexbox. We need display flex. And in order to place the items on the right side, we need justify content with the value flex end. So as you can see, the navbar is placed on the right side of the page. Alright, let's create some space on the right side using padding. I'm going to set padding right to 3 rem. Okay, so that's it about the navbar right now. Next, I'm going to customize the links. So let's select navbar link. First of all, I'm going to define its font size. Let's make it 1.5 rem. Then I'm going to make the font bolder. Let's set font weight to 700. Also transform text into uppercase. And change the color, make it white. Next, I'm going to create some space between the items using margin. Let's set it to 0 at the top and bottom and 2.5 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, so as you can see, the menu items are customized. If I scroll down the page, you will notice that the items end up behind the elements. I'm going to fix that using the z-index property. Let's set it to 100. And besides that, I'm going to add a little shadow effect to the items. Let's use text shadow with the values 0, 0.3 rem, 0.5 rem, and the black color. Alright, that's it with the navbar. We are done. Now I'm going to style the menu icon. At first, let's go ahead and hide the navbar using opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Then insert new comments for the menu icon. And select it. First of all, I'm going to make the position of the menu icon fixed. Then let's define its width and height. I'm going to set width to 12 rem. As for the height, let's make it 7 rem. And besides that, I'm going to use some temporary background color. Let's set it to red. So here we have the menu icon. Right now it is placed at the top left corner of the page, so we have to change its position. Let's set top to 0 and right position to 6 rem. Alright, now it is time to display the lines, so let's go ahead and select menu icon line. Let's define width and height. I'm going to set width to 4 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 0.1 rem. And also change the background color, make it white. So here we have the lines, but as you can see, we need some space between them. Let's create space using margin. We need 0.5 rem and 0. And also let's add to the lines a little shadow effect using box shadow with the values 0, 0.3 rem, 0.5 rem, and the black color. Alright, after that I'm going to place the icon in the center of the box. For that we can simply use a class center. And besides that we need to change the flex direction. Let's set it to column. Alright, so the menu icon is customized and we can get rid of the red background. The icon is ready and now we have to make the navigation work. By default, I'm going to hide the menu icon and display the navigation items back. So we need opacity 0, visibility hidden, and also we have to get rid of those two lines from here. So once we scroll down the page, we have to hide the menu items and display the menu icon. So we need to use the scroll event. Let's go to the JavaScript file and first of all, select the menu icon and the navbar. But first, let's insert here comments, navigation, end of navigation. Then I'm going to select the menu icon. Let's create a new variable and call it menu icon. And then select the elements using query selector method. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code, change the name of the variable. We need navbar. And also I'm going to change the class name. We need again navbar. Alright, after that we have to attach an event listener to the document with scroll event. So as we said, we have to manage to hide and display the menu icon on scroll. I'm going to create new classes in the CSS file with new styles, and then we will add them to the elements using JavaScript. So let's create new class. I'm going to call it show menu icon. In order to display the menu icon, we need opacity 1 and visibility visible. In case of the navbar, we need to hide it. So I'm going to create new class. Let's call it hide navbar. In this case, we need opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Alright, so the classes are ready and now we have to add them to the menu icon and the navbar. So we need here menu icon dot class list dot add, and we have to specify here the class name show menu icon. And next, in case of the navbar, we need navbar dot class list dot add and the class name hide navbar. So if I scroll down the page, then the navigation items will hide and the menu icon will display. We need to make this change smoother using a transition. Let's add to the menu icon transition with the values opacity and 0.2 seconds. As for the navbar, I'm going to use again transition, opacity 0.5 seconds, and also visibility 0.5 seconds as well. So now if we scroll down, then the items will hide and display with some fade effects. Besides that, I'm going to add another effect to the navbar. I want to move it to the right side once it hides. So let's insert here transform, translate X with the value 10 rem. And also add a transform property to the transition with the same duration, 0.5 seconds. So now I think we have a much better effect. The next thing that we are going to do is to display the navigation items back once we scroll up the page. For that, we need to use an if statement in which we have to check if the page is scrolled up or not. So we need window.scrollY. Actually, this property returns the number in pixels that the page is currently scrolled vertically. So if scrollY property equals to 0, it means that the page is scrolled up all the way to the top edge. And we have to display the menu items and hide the menu icon. So we need menu icon dot class list dot remove the class show menu icon. And in the case of navbar, we need navbar dot class list dot remove hide navbar. Alright, if I scroll up, then the menu items will display and the menu icon will hide. Okay, so we are almost done with the navigation. The only thing that we have to do is to display the navigation items once we click the menu icon. And also we have to connect the menu items to the proper sections. Let's go ahead and attach an event listener to the menu icon with a click event. And then we have to pass here those two lines. So if I click the menu icon, nothing will happen because right now the menu icon is placed behind the mouse circle. So we need to use a z-index property. Let's make it 100. And besides that, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointed. Alright, so as you can see, everything works fine. The last thing that we have to do is to connect the menu items to the sections so that we could navigate to the sections properly once we click the items. In order to do that, we need to use the href and the id attributes. We have to specify the href attributes of the links so that they match the values of the id attributes of the sections. Let's go ahead and specify the href attributes. I'm going to pass here sections with the numbers. After that, we have to assign to each section element the id attribute with the similar values. We need section numbers from 1 through 5. So if I click the menu items, then nothing will happen. We might have something wrong in CSS. Let's go ahead and check. So as you can see, I have assigned the z-index property to the navbar link and not the navbar itself. So let's go ahead and fix that issue. So now, as you can see, everything works perfectly. And finally, with the navigation, we are done. Next, we are going to create the progress bar. So let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the last video we created and customized the navigation, and now it's time to take care of the progress bar. Let's take a look at the finished project. So here we have the progress bar, which has the shape of the circle and its position is fixed. In the center of the circle we have the arrow. Once we start to scroll down the page, then the red line will appear and it will fill the circle when we go all the way down to the page. Once we scroll down, then the arrow will change its direction. If we start to scroll up, then the red line will start to disappear. The progress bar works with projects as well. I mean, if we expand any of the projects, then the red line will disappear and the progress bar will start to work with the project. I mean, it will be filled once we scroll down the image. If we close the project, then the progress bar will continue to work according to the page. Alright, so let's go ahead and start to work on the progress bar. I'm going to create the HTML markup. Let's insert new comments right after the page background. We need progress bar, end of progress bar. Then open a link tag with the class progress bar. So inside the link element, we will need 4 different elements. Right now, let's just create them and then we will explain and show why do we need those elements. Let's open a div tag with the class half circle, then duplicate it 3 times. Actually, we don't need to touch the second div element. The third one is going to be a half circle top. As for the last div element, it's going to be a progress bar circle. As the contents, let's insert here one of the HTML5 entities. We need ampersand, then dash sign, 85, 95, semicolon. Alright, that's it about the HTML markup. Let's go ahead and start to write some CSS. Let's insert new comments in the CSS file, progress bar, end of progress bar. Then select the link elements. At first, I'm going to set its position to fixed. Then define width and height. I'm going to make both of them 8 rem. And also change the background color, make it white. So as you can see, the progress bar is placed at the top left corner of the page. We need to change its position. I'm going to define bottom and right properties. Let's set both of them to 8 rem. Alright, so the progress bar is positioned and it's placed at the bottom right corner. Next, I'm going to make it rounded. For that, we need border radius with the value 50%. Alright, that's it about the wrapper. Let's move on and take care of the progress bar circle. Let's select these elements and define its width and height. I'm going to make both of them 7.8 rem. Then change the background color. I'm going to make it black. Next, we need to make it rounded using border radius 50%. Also change the color, make it white. And then increase the font size of the arrow. Let's make it 4 rem. Okay, so this element is tiled, but we have to take care of its position. It should be placed in the center of the wrapper. And also we have to center the arrow inside the circle. In both cases, I'm going to use a class center. So now, as you can see, the problem is fixed. Alright, so the progress bar is prepared. It has the default look, and now we have to make it work. As you remember, we created a couple of different div elements. The first div elements, which have a class half circle, will manage to fill the progress bar with a red color. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to hide the black circle for a while in order to explain and demonstrate things better. So I'm going to assign to it display none. Alright, so the black circle is hidden, and now we have to take care of the 3 div elements which will help us to make the progress bar work. Let's select all 3 elements simultaneously. I mean, we need half circle with half circle top. Let's define the position, make it absolute. Also, we need width to be 50%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100%. And besides that, I'm going to define top and left properties. Let's make both of them 0. So right now, the elements are not visible. And in order to fix that, I'm going to assign to each of them a different temporary background color. Let's select half circle with nth child selector. So the background color for the first half circle is going to be green. Then I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the background color, make it blue. And then select half circle top. Make its background color orange. Alright, so all 3 div elements are placed on top of each other. That's why we see here the orange element only. If I comment this line out, then we will see here the blue element. At first, I'm going to make the progress bar work on hover in order to make it simpler to understand. And then we will change the hover and use scroll event using JavaScript. So we need to rotate the first half circle by 180 degrees. As for the second half circle, we have to rotate it by 360 degrees because we have to fill the entire circle. As for the half circle top, I mean this orange element, we have to make it hidden. So let's select progress bar with hover, followed by the first half circle. As I said, we have to transform it with rotate function with value 180 degrees. Then duplicate this code, change the nth child number, we need 2. As for the value of the rotate function, we need 360 degrees. All right. Besides that, we need to use the transition to make the rotation smoother. So we need transform 1 second. And also I'm going to use transition timing function linear. Let's copy this line of code and paste it for the second element. We need to increase the duration. Let's make it 2 seconds. So now if we hover over the elements, then nothing will happen because the mouse circle doesn't allow us to hover. Let's fix that using the z-index property. Let's set it to 200. So now if I hover, then the elements will rotate. Right now we see here just the blue element because the green one is underneath it. If I pause the blue background here, then you will see the green elements. So the elements are rotating, but in kind of a wrong way. I mean, the origin of the transformation is set to center by default, but in our case, we need to make it right center. So let's use transform origin with the values right center. In this case, the origin of the transformation is going to be the center of the element, but on the right side. Okay, so once we hover over the progress bar, we have to hide this orange element. So let's select progress bar with hover, followed by the half circle top, and set opacity to 0. So now the element hides once we hover over the progress bar, but actually it hides too early. We need to hide it once the green element finishes rotating, so we need to hide it after 1 second. Let's use transition. With opacity, the duration is going to be 0, and then we need delay 1 second. Alright, so now everything works fine. We have to change the colors, and also we need to make those elements rounded. The first 2 div elements should have a red color. I mean the color B6 and the zeros. As for the third element, it's going to be white because the progress bar itself has the white background. So now we need to hide those outer parts of the elements. For that, let's use overflow hidden. Alright, now we have a much better result. Finally, we have to make the black circle visible. Let's remove the display, none. Right now, the part of the circle is visible because it ended up behind the div elements. In order to fix that, let's use again the z-index property with the value 200. Okay, now if I hover over the progress bar, then it will be filled with the red color nicely. Alright. So we have shown you how to create such progress bar using CSS, and now we're going to show you how we can make it work on scroll using JavaScript. At first, let's comment those styles out. I mean the styles on hover. Then go to the JavaScript file. First of all, I'm going to select the div elements, 4 div elements which are placed inside the progress bar. Let's create new comments for progress bar. Then I'm going to create new variable, let's call it half circles, and select the first 2 div elements which have the class names half circle. I'm going to use query selector all method. Next, let's duplicate this line of code, change the name of the variable, it's going to be half circle top. Also, we need here query selector method, and then change the class name. And finally, create the variable for the last div element. I'm going to call it progress bar circle. Then select it using query selector method, and also specify here the class name progress bar circle. Alright, next I'm going to create a new function which will be called on scroll. Let's call it progress bar fn. So as you know, one complete rotation is equal to 360 degrees. We have to convert the scrolled portion of the height into degrees. Before we do that, we have to define a couple of different variables. The first one is going to be page viewport height. It's going to be equal to window.inner height. The next one is going to be the entire height of the page. So let's create a new variable, call it page height. In order to get the entire height of the page, we need document elements, and then we have to use the property called scroll height. And the last variable is going to be the scrolled portion of the page. It should be equal to window.pagey_offset. Alright, so now everything is prepared to convert the height of the scrolled portion into the degrees. Let's create a new variable. I'm going to call it scrolled portion degree. Now we have to use the formula. We need to divide scrolled portion by the difference of page height and page viewport height, and we have to multiply the result by 360. So we need scrolled portion, then the division. Next we need page height minus page viewport height, and we have to multiply it by 360. Okay, let's see in the console what this variable gives us. Let's pass here scrolled portion degree. Actually, we need to call the function on scroll. We have already used the scroll event with in navigation, so let's call the function here. Let's inspect the page and switch to the console tab. So once we scroll down the page and go to the end of it, we will get the proper values from 0 to 360. Alright, so now using this variable, we will rotate half circles. So we need to loop through them and rotate each half circle. I'm at the first and the second div elements inside the progress bar. So we need half circles dot for each. Then pass here the callback function with a parameter el, which stands for element. Now we need to rotate the elements, so let's pass here element.style.transform. It should be equal to rotate, and we have to pass here the variable scrolled portion degree followed by degrees. So now if we scroll down, then the scroll bar will start to fill. Once we reach the half of it, then we need to stop the first half circle, and also we need to hide the third div elements. I'm in the half circle top. So we need to use an if statement where we have to define scrolled portion degree is greater than or equal to 180. So if this condition is true, then we have to give the first half circle the fixed value equal to 180 degrees. So we need here half circles, then the index number 0, then style.transform, and we have to make the value of the rotate function 180 degrees. And also we need to hide the half circle top. So let's insert here half circle top dot style dot opacity equal to 0. So now once we scroll down, then the entire progress bar will be filled. But we have here a tiny issue. Once we scroll up and scrolled portion degree will become less than 180 degrees, we have to display back half circle top. So we need to create the else statement. Then let's grab this line of code, paste it here, and change the value of opacity, make it 1. So now, as you can see, everything works fine. We have to do a couple of more things with the progress bar, and for that, let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, So in the last video, we started to work on the progress bar. Once we scroll down the page, then the red line will fill on the circle. And now I'm going to add a click event to the progress bar. Let's take a look at the finished project. So once we click the progress bar, then we will scroll down the page section by section. And once we go all the way down to the bottom of the page, then the arrow will rotate. On the next click, we will navigate to the top of the page. Also, if I go down and then start to scroll up, the arrow will rotate again. And if we click the progress bar, then we will navigate to the bottom of the page. Alright, so that's what we are going to do in this lecture. We have already created a function for the progress bar. Let's go ahead and start to write the code. The first thing that we have to do is to attach a click event handler to the progress bar. In this case, we're going to use onClick event handler because it will attach the click event only once to the element. Let's insert here new comments, progress bar click, end of progress bar click. Then select the progress bar. I'm going to create a new variable and then select the element using query selector method. Then we have to attach onClick event handler to the progress bar. So the first thing that we have to do is to prevent the default action once we click the progress bar. So I'm going to pass here an event object, and then we need to use prevent default method. After that, we have to select all the section elements. So let's go ahead and create new variable, call it sections, and then select all section elements using query selector all method. I'm going to specify here the tag name section. Next, we have to define the positions of the section elements and store them in the array. So I'm going to create a new variable, let's call it section positions. So in the positions of the sections, I mean where the section starts from on the entire page and not in the viewport. In order to get this position, we need the sum of the scrolled portion and the distance between the top edge of the viewport and the top position of the section itself. So as we said, we have to store these values in the array, and for that I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called map. It allows us to run the function for each array item and store the values in the array. In order to use the map method, we have to transform node list into an array, otherwise it won't work. So in order to transform the node list into an array, we need to use array.from method, and we have to pass here sections. Then we need method called map, which takes one parameter. It's the callback function, which itself takes one argument as the current item in the array. So in order to get the position of the section, we need to do the following calculation. At first, we need to use keyword return. And now we need the sum of the scrolled portion and the distance between the top edge of the viewport and the top position of the section. So we need scrolled portion plus section dot get bounding client rect, and we need here property called top. Actually, ES6 syntax allows us to write this code more concisely. We can get rid of curly braces, and also we can remove the keyword return. Okay, let's go ahead and run to the console this variable and see what it gives us. Let's inspect the page and switch to the console tab. So if I click the progress bar, then nothing will happen. But if I scroll down and then click the elements, then we will get an array with 5 items. Each of them represents the position of the section on the page. Those are the pixels. So it didn't work until we scroll down the page, because the function is called only when the scroll event occurs. Therefore, we have to call it once more outside of this scroll event. Now, if I click, then we will get the result in the console. Alright, so we need to use those positions in order to scroll down section by section on click. At first, I'm going to use those values manually to see how it works, and then we will make this process dynamic. In order to scroll down the page, I'm going to use one of the methods called scroll_to, and we have to attach this method to the window object. Actually, this method takes two arguments. Those will be the coordinates. The first one is the pixel along the horizontal axis of the element. As for the second one is the pixel along the vertical axis of the element. In our case, the first argument should be 0, because we're going to scroll vertically and not horizontally. As the second argument, I'm going to pass one of the values from the array, let's say the third one. So if I click the progress bar, then we will navigate to the third section. Okay, so as we said, in this case, we specify the position manually and we have to define it dynamically. For that, I'm going to use another array helper method called find. This method returns the value of the first item in the array that satisfies the condition. Let's create a new variable. I'm going to call it position. And then we need to attach find method to the section positions. It takes one parameter, is the callback function, and also we need here another parameter, section position, and then again keyword return. So now we have to define the condition. We need to know which is the coming section to scroll and navigate to that section. In order to get this information, we have to compare the position of the section to the scrolled portion. So we need section position is greater than scrolled portion. Once this condition is true, then the statement will stop executing and we will get the position of the coming section. So instead of this value here, I'm going to pass position. And besides that, let's see in the console what this variable gives us. So if I click the progress bar, then we will scroll down the page section by section. Also, you see here clearly how the position is changing. Once we reach the bottom of the page and click again, we will navigate to the top of the page, but the position will become undefined. It happened because there was not found any other cases where the condition would be true. Actually, that's what we need. I mean, we need to scroll up on click, but it would be weird if we leave it this way, and it will be hard to understand for other developers. So I think it would be better if we write some condition. Let's go ahead and create a variable in which I'm going to define if we reach the bottom of the page or not. So I'm going to call the variable scroll bool, and it should be equal to scrolled portion plus page viewport height equal to page height. So if this variable is true, it means that we reached the bottom of the page, and therefore we have to navigate to the top of the page on click. I'm going to create a conditional statement using ternary operator. We need scroll bool. So if this is true, then we have to navigate to the top of the page. Therefore, we need window.scroll_to with the arguments 0 in both places. And if this condition is false, then we need this expression here. Alright, so everything works fine. Next, we have to change the direction of the arrow. Once we reach the bottom of the page, then we have to rotate it. For that, I'm going to use the if-else statement. Actually, let's insert here new comments, arrow rotation, end of arrow rotation. So we need to check the same boolean value, I mean scroll bool. If it is true, then we have to rotate the arrow. Let's write here progress bar circle dot style dot transform. It should be equal to rotate 180 degrees. And if it is false, Then we need else statement. Let's grab this line of code and change the value of the rotate function. We need here 0. Lastly, let's use transition. With the values transform 0.5 seconds. So if I reach the bottom of the page, then the arrow will rotate. If I start to scroll up, then it will rotate again. Alright, so everything works perfectly so far. And now we have to make the progress bar work once we open the projects. For that, let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the last lecture we added a click event to the progress bar. We can scroll down section by section once we click the progress bar. It works perfectly on the page, but we have to make it work once we click the project and expand the image. Before we take care of that, we have here a little issue. Once we open the project, we should hide the menu icon. I'm going to fix that using the z-index property. Let's assign to the project image wrapper z-index property with the value 100. So right now the navigation is hidden, but as you can see, the closing button ended up behind the project. In order to fix that, I'm going to increase the value of the z-index property for the project hide button. Let's make it 200. Alright, so now everything works fine and we can continue to work on the progress bar. As you know, once we click the project, we create a big image and its wrapper. So we need to check if the image wrapper is created or not, and then we have to make the progress bar work accordingly. We need to insert here a new parameter. Let's call it big img wrapper. And by default, I'm going to make it false. So in this case, we say that we are working on the page because the element doesn't exist. So we have to create an if-else statement in which we have to define if the image wrapper exists or not. So let's pass here big img wrapper. So if this condition is true, then it means that the project is opened and we have to insert here the code that will work in that case. But I prefer to insert here the code for the page, so we can simply add here a not operator. Now we have to insert here those two lines. Actually, I'm going to declare those variables outside of the if statement. Let's use let keyword. I'm going to make both variables equal to 0. So as you can see, the progress bar works fine on the page. Now we have to create an else statement where we have to define the code for the image wrapper. Actually, we can grab those two lines. The page height is going to be the height of the big image. So we need big image wrapper dot first element child, because the image is the child of the wrapper. As for the scrolled portion, it's going to be big img wrapper dot scroll top. This property gives us the number of pixels that an element's content is scrolled vertically. Alright, so now we have to call function once we click the project. We need progress bar fn. And we have to pass here the argument big img wrapper. So now, as you can see, the progress bar is updated, but once we scroll down the project, it won't work because we have to call the function on the scroll as well. So we need big img wrapper dot on scroll event handler, and then we have to call the function. So now, as you can see, it works fine. But we have here a little issue. Once we scroll down the image, then the arrow won't rotate. Let's check in the console if the condition in the if-else statement is true or false. I'm going to run to the console, scroll bool. So if we scroll down and reach the end of the image wrapper, then the Boolean value will be false again, which means that this expression is not equal to page height. Let's check them in the console as well. I'm going to run scroll portion plus page viewport height, and also the page height. So if we scroll down, then we will get a 2-pixel difference between those values. That's actually kind of weird, but the reason is that image is an inline element, and in this case we have to make it block. Alright, so now everything works fine. Next we have to make the progress bar work once we click it, because right now it still works according to the page. We need the similar if-else statement with onClick event handler. Let's pass here the condition, not big image wrapper. Also, I'm going to grab this entire code and paste it inside the if statement. After that, we need else statements, in which we have to check again scroll boolean. So if it is true, then we need big img wrapper dot scroll to with zeros. It means that the image should be scrolled up, and if this condition is false, then we have to scroll down. So we need big img wrapper dot scroll to. The first argument is going to be 0. As for the second argument, we need here big img wrapper dot scroll height. So now if we click the progress bar, then the image will scroll down, but without any smooth effect. In order to fix that, we have to assign to the image wrapper property called scroll behavior with the value smooth. So now, as you can see, everything works perfectly, and we are almost done with the progress bar. The only thing that we have to do is to update the scroll bar once we close the project. Actually, we need to call the function when we click the button. So let's pass here progress bar fn. Alright, so now everything works fine, and actually with the progress bar we are done. See you in the next lecture. Alright, so in the previous lectures we managed to work the progress bar on the page and also when we open the project. Before we move on and start to work on the next thing, I'm going to refactor our current progress bar code and make it cleaner. Before that, I want to fix one little issue. Once we click any of the projects and expand them, and then if we inspect the page, the progress bar won't work properly. It will continue to work according to the page. The problem appears once we resize the window. It happens because for some reason the scroll event is fired. In order to prove that, let's run something to the console. So, as you can see, we have here scroll, which means that the scroll event occurs. So in order to fix that issue, we have to grab the code from the function in the scroll event, then declare a new function outside. I'm going to call it scroll fn, and paste the code inside that function. After that, we have to call that function with scroll event. So right now, nothing is changed here. Everything works in the same way. But now, using that function, we can remove scroll events, and we have to do it once we click any of the projects. So we need here document.remove event listener. Then we have to specify the scroll event, and also we have to pass here the function that we created, scroll fn. So now when we open the project, the progress bar will work fine. We won't have any problem once we resize the window. But if we close the project, then the progress bar will no longer work. So in order to fix that, we have to attach the scroll event to the document back when we close the project. So we need here document.add event listener, then scroll event, and the function scroll fn. So now if we check, you will see that everything works fine, and now we can start to refactor our code. So right now we have one big function in which we put everything regarding the progress bar. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to grab onClick event handler and put it out of the function. Next, I'm going to declare a couple of variables outside of the function. I mean the variables that are common for the function and the onClick event handler. So let's place the scroll portion outside of the function. Also, we need to declare the scroll bool variable. Let's set it to false. Next, we need to get rid of the const keyword from here. And besides that, we need to declare another variable, image wrapper, and we have to set it to false. All right, so as you can see, we have here a parameter big img wrapper equal to false by default. I'm going to get rid of it, and instead of that, we need image wrapper to be equal to big img wrapper. And now we have to change everywhere big img wrapper into image wrapper. Okay, lastly, we can change the onClick event handler into click event listener. So we need add event listener. And we have to get rid of this equal sign. All right, so now if we check, then everything will work perfectly, but now we have much cleaner code than previously. Okay, let's move on to the next lecture. All right, once we are done with the progress bar, now we have to move on and start to work on the next feature of our project, which I call a sticky element. Let's take a look at the finished project. If I hover over the menu icon or the progress bar, then those elements will stick to the cursor, but once we move the cursor far from the default position of the element, then the elements will place back to their own positions. I think it is a nice and cool effect, so let's go ahead and get started. This effect should happen on mouse move events. At first, the code is going to be written here, and then we will create a function, and we will call the function here. Let's insert new comments, sticky element, end of sticky element. So we need to create an effect once we hover over the menu icon and the progress bar. I'm going to assign both elements additional classes, sticky, Next, we need to find out which element we are hovering over. For that, we can use one of the built-in functions called element from point. I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it hovered elements, hovered EL. It should be equal to document dot element from point. This function will take two arguments, x and y. Let's see in the console what this variable gives us. Let's run hovered element. So if I hover over any of the elements on the page, then we'll get them in the console. Alright, now we have to check if a hovered element contains class sticky or not. So we need to use an if statement in which we need the following condition: hovered element dot class list dot contains, and we have to specify here class sticky. Also, let's run to the console sticky. So now if I hover over the menu icon, we will get sticky in the console. But if I hover over the progress bar, we won't get sticky in the console. It happens because the progress bar circle covers the progress bar itself, and we cannot hover over the progress bar. In order to fix that problem, we can disable pointer events for the progress bar circle. Let's set pointer events to none. By the way, let's delete this commented code from here. So now if I hover over the progress bar, then we'll get sticky in the console. Alright, so everything works fine so far. The next thing that we have to do is to store the positions of the elements in the array. So I'm going to create a new variable outside of the mouse move event. Let's call it hovered element position, and set it to an empty array. So again, we will store here the position of the elements. I mean the top and left coordinates using offset top and offset left properties. First of all, we have to check if the array is empty or not. If it is empty, then we have to store the positions. I'm going to use if statements in which I'm going to check if the array is empty or not. So we need to compare hovered element position dot length to 1. So if this condition is true, it means that an array doesn't contain any items, and we have to store the positions in the array. So we need hovered element position to be equal to an array with the following items. We need hovered element dot offset top, and then hovered element offset left. Alright, let's go ahead and test if it works. Fine, I'm going to run to the console hovered element position. So if I hover over the menu icon, then we will get its positions in the array. Now if we hover over the progress bar, then we will get again the positions of the menu icon, because the condition in the if statement is false and it doesn't update the positions in the array. If I reload the page, then the array will become empty, and if I hover over the progress bar, then we will get here the positions of the progress bar. Alright, so now we need to change the top and left positions of the hovered elements. So we need here hovered element dot style dot CSS text. Then I'm going to open backticks. The top position is going to be Y with pixels. As for the left position, it's going to be X. Alright, so now if I hover over the elements, it will move but not quite correctly. It's not sticky. In order to fix that, we have to move the element by -50% upwards and to the left side. For that, I'm going to use transform, translate with -50% twice. Now the positions of the menu icon is changed, so we need to adjust the top and right positions. Actually, we moved the element by 50%, so it means that we have to decrease the positions by 50% of the width and height. So the top position is going to be 3.5 rem. As for the right position, it's going to be 0. Now, as you can see, the element is positioned correctly, and also once we hover over it, it will become sticky. Right now it moves on the entire page, but we will fix that soon. Let's do the same for the progress bar as well. We need transform, translate with the values -50% twice, and also we have to change the bottom and right positions. We need 4 rem for both properties. Now if I hover over the progress bar, it still won't work correctly. It seems that from the left side the hover doesn't happen. The reason is that we have to disable pointer events for the half circles. So let's use pointer events none. Alright, so now everything works fine. Next we have to define how far we want the element to move. It's going to be 100 pixels on all 4 sides. So we need to create an if statement in which we have to define the positions. As you know, we store default positions in the array. The first item in the array is the top position of the hovered element, I mean offset top. So we need to add and subtract 100 pixels to this position, and we have to compare it to the top position of the hovered element. So let's go ahead and create an if statement in which we need the following condition. We need hovered element dot offset top is less than hovered element position with the first item minus 100 pixels. So if this condition is true, then we have to get back the element to its default position. So we need hovered elements dot style dot css text equal to an empty string, and also we have to clear the array. Hovered element position should be equal to an empty square brackets. So now if I start to move the element upwards, after 100 pixels, it will move back to its default position. Alright, so in this case, we just make the effect work only in one direction. We need all 4 directions. Let's use here logical OR operator. Then I'm going to copy this condition. Now we have to add 100 pixels. And also we need to change the less than sign into greater than. Now the effect works once we move down the cursor. Next we have to take care of the left and right sides. Let's use again logical OR operator and paste the condition. So in the case of the left and right directions, we need to check the second array item, I mean offset left. So we have to change the index number, it's going to be 1. Also we need here offset left. Now the effect works on the left side. And lastly we need the right direction. So let's go ahead and copy this condition. We need here plus sign and also the greater than sign. So as you can see, sticky element works fine on all 4 sides. So we are almost done with this effect. We just need to fix one little issue. If I move, for example, the menu icon upwards, Then once the cursor leaves the page, the element won't get its default position. It happens because in this case the distance that is covered is less than 100 pixels and the if statement is not executed. So we need to assign to the element default position once the mouse leaves the element. So we need hovered element dot on mouse leave. Then we need the function. Let's grab those two lines and paste them here. Alright, so now everything works perfectly and we have here a nice and cool effect. Before we finish this lecture, I'm going to change the code slightly in order to make it cleaner. Let's create a new function outside of the mouse move event. I'm going to call this function sticky element. It will take 3 parameters. We need x and y coordinates and also the hovered element. Then I'm going to grab the entire if statement from here. Let's paste it inside the function. Actually, I'm going to change this if statement here. Let's use logical AND operator. After that, let's call this function inside the mouse move event with the arguments x, y, and hovered element. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Finally, we are done. See you in the next lecture. Alright, so it's time to add another feature to our project, which I think is a nice and cool effect. If I hover over some elements like the navigation items or the projects, also the services and the input fields, then the mouse circle will transform into the shape of the hovered element. And then once the mouse leaves the element, it will get back its default shape, I mean the circle. Alright, so let's go ahead and add this effect to the project. I'm going to insert new comments in the JavaScript file right after the sticky element. Let's insert here mouse circle transform. End of mouse circle transform. And then create a new function. I'm going to call it mouse circle transform. It will take 1 parameter and it's going to be the hovered element. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to create this effect on projects, and then at the end of the day, we will add this feature to other elements as well. I'm going to add new classes to all the projects as we did it in the case of the sticky element. So let's go ahead and add a new class to the wrappers of the images. I'm going to call this class pointer enter. Next, we need to define if the hover happens on the element that has this newly added class. So we need to use an if statement in which we have to define if hovered element contains class pointer enter. So we need hovered element dot class list dot contains, and we have to specify here the class name pointer enter. Let's test if it works fine. I'm going to run something to the console. Let's say pointer enter. And then call this function on mouse move event. Alright, let's go ahead and inspect the page and switch to the console tab. So if I hover over the projects, then we will get a pointer enter in the console. but if I hover over any other elements, then nothing will happen. Alright, so everything works fine so far. Next we have to start to work on changing the shape of the mouse circle. Once we find the needed elements, then we have to use the mouse move event handler, and on mouse move we have to change the shape of the circle. So we need on mouse move with hovered elements. Next we have to define a couple of different CSS styles for the mouse circle. So we need mouse circle dot style dot CSS text. Let's start with the width and height. Actually, in order to get the width of the hovered elements, I'm going to use a method called getBoundingClientRect, and we have to attach it to the hovered elements. Next we need here the property called width with pixels. Okay, in the same way, let's define the height. After that, I'm going to define the top and left properties. We can duplicate this line of code and change height into top. And then the same we need for the left position as well. Okay, so right now if I hover over the project, then nothing will happen because now the mouse circle function is working. So once we hover over the elements that have the class pointer enter, we have to stop executing the code in the mouse circle function. And I'm going to do that using a Boolean value. Let's go ahead and create a new variable. I'm going to call it mouse circle bool. And I'm going to set it to true. Then we need to create an if statement inside of the mouse circle function where we have to check if the mouse circle boolean is true or false. So if this condition is true, then we have to execute this line of code. Actually, I'm going to use here a logical AND operator instead of the if statement. After that, we have to change the value of this Boolean variable inside the mouse circle transform function, and we have to make it false. So right now, still nothing is happening because by default, mouse circle has opacity 0, and we stopped executing the code where it has the opacity 1. So we need to insert here opacity 1. So now the code is working, but of course, that's not what we want. The mouse circle by default has transform translate with -50%. Actually, we don't need that. We have to make the values of the translate function 0. So we need transform, translate, and we need 0 for both directions. So now the position of the circle is changed. Next, I'm going to stop the animation because, as you see, the circle is animating. So we need here animation none. So now the circle no longer animates, and also it gets the width and height of the hovered element. Next, we have to define the border radius. For that, I'm going to use one of the methods called getComputedStyle. We have to specify here hovered elements, and then we have to use property called border radius. So now if I hover over the project, then the mouse circle will get the shape of the hovered elements. Actually, everything works fine in Google Chrome, but if I check the project in Mozilla Firefox, then you will see that for some reason the border radius doesn't work. Let's check in the console what border radius gives us in both browsers. I'm going to run to the console. Border radius. So in Google Chrome, we are getting 5 pixels, but in Mozilla Firefox, we're getting an empty string. That's a little issue for Mozilla Firefox, and the solution that I thought of is to change the border radius to the border radius of any of the corners, because all the elements on which we are going to use this effect has the same border radius on all 4 sides. So I'm going to use here, let's say, border bottom left radius. Let's go ahead and check if this works fine in both browsers. So as you can see, everything works fine. Alright, before we move on, I'm going to fix one little issue. If I start to hover from the bottom of the project, then the shape of the circle won't change, because right now we're hovering over the image. Therefore, we have to disable pointer events for the project images. So let's assign to the project image pointer events none. Alright, so now everything was fine. Next, I'm going to add transition to this effect. We need here a couple of different properties. Let's start with width. I'm going to use here transition duration 0.5 seconds. Next we have height, then top and left positions. Next comes transform, and finally border radius. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a much better result, but still we need to fix some issues. Once the mouse leaves the elements, we have to change back the shape of the circle. For that, we have to use mouse leave event handler. We need to attach it to the hovered element. So once the mouse leaves the element, we have to transform the value of the mouse circle boolean to true. So now if the mouse leaves the project, then it will get back its default shape. Next, I'm going to fix another issue. If we scroll the page, then the mouse circle and the elements won't match. So we need to use scroll event handler, and we have to attach it to the document. So once we scroll the page, then the top position of the mouse circle and the hovered element should match, but it should happen once the boolean value is false, which means that we are hovering over the element that has class pointer enter. So we need here an if statement, and as the condition we need not mouse circle boolean. So if this condition is true, then the top positions of the mouse circle and the hovered element should match. So we need mouse circle dot style dot top equal to hovered elements dot get bounding client rect dot top with pixels. Alright, so now the problem is fixed. Next, I'm going to take care of another issue. If I click the project and expand it, then the shape of the project will be still displayed. So we need to get rid of it on click. We have to make the opacity of the mouse circle 0 once we click the project. So we need to insert here mouse circle dot style dot opacity equal to 0. Alright, so now everything works fine. And the last thing that we have to do is to create this effect with other elements as well. I'm going to use again class pointer enter. Let's go ahead and add it to the navigation items. Next, we need to add this class to the services. And lastly, let's add the class to the input fields and the submit button. Let's check this effect with the navigation items. So as you can see, everything works fine. Then I'm going to check it with services. As you can see, we have here a little issue. Actually, the same issue that we had with the projects. The services include the span elements, and we have to disable pointer events for the spans. So let's assign to them pointer events none. So now the problem is fixed. As for the input fields, everything works fine. Okay, that's it. We have finished working on that feature. Next, we have to start to make the project responsive to different screen sizes. So let's move on. Okay, so we have finished building our project. All the sections are created, and now, as we already said, we have to make our project responsive to different screen sizes. The project is built on extra large screen size. The screen size with 1920 pixels of width and 1080 pixels of height, and we have to make it responsive to smaller screen sizes. Throughout this part, we will be using CSS media queries. Before we start to write the code, let's inspect the page, switch to the responsive mode, and check the project on different screen sizes. So as you can see, it looks good on smaller screen sizes as well. Alright, I have already prepared different breakpoints on which we're going to make some changes, so I'm not going to waste time on finding them. In general, you have to make the changes and set the breakpoints where the project needs them. I think that's the best way to make the project responsive. Okay, so we are ready to start. Let's insert new comments in the CSS file for responsive. So the first breakpoint on which we're going to make some changes is going to be 1500 pixels. On that breakpoint, I'm going to make the circles smaller on the landing. So let's go ahead and create a CSS media query. Then specify max width as 1500 pixels. Then I'm going to select circle and set width and height, both of them to 15 rem. Besides that, I'm going to make this main circle smaller as well. So let's go ahead and select it and set its width and height, both of them to 45 rem. Also, we need to decrease the size of the main circle once we hover over it. So let's go ahead and select main circle with hover. And then make width and height 55 rem. Besides that, I'm going to change the size of the image itself. So let's select main circle img and set width and height, both of them to 160%. Alright, so that's it regarding the first section. Let's go ahead and take care of the About Me text. I'm going to decrease the font size of the text. So let's select About Me text, followed by the span element, and set font size to 11 RAM. Okay, that's it about the second section. Next comes the project section, but we don't need to touch it right now. The next thing that we have to do is to increase the space between the services and the content section. So let's go ahead and select Section 4 and set margin bottom to 10 RAM. Also, we need to decrease the font size of the service button and the service text as well. So let's go ahead and select Service BTN with span. Make its font size 9 RAM. And also select Service Text and set its font size to 4 RAM. Alright, so that's it regarding this breakpoint. Everything looks good. So we can move on and find the next breakpoint, which is going to be 1350 pixels. Let's create a new CSS media query and specify max width as 1350 pixels. So on the breakpoint, I'm going to decrease the size of the main button. So let's select main BTN and set its width and height, both of them, to 12.5 RAM. Alright, after that, I'm going to hide the circles at all. So let's select circle and assign to it display none. Alright, so as you can see, the circles are hidden. Next, I'm going to change the positions of the progress bar, because as you can see, it covers the text partially. So let's go ahead and select progress bar. I'm going to set its right position to 1 RAM. As for the bottom position, let's make it 0. Okay, so the progress bar is positioned, and the last thing that we have to do on the breakpoint is to decrease the font size of the About Me text, because all other sections look nice. Okay, so let's select About Me text, followed by the span element, and set the font size to 10 RAM. Alright, that's it about this breakpoint. Let's move on and find the next one, which will be 1150 pixels. So let's go ahead and create a new CSS media query with the max width 1150 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to decrease the font size of the HTML element. It will affect the sizes of all the elements. So let's go ahead and set font size for the HTML element to 55%. So as you can see, all the elements became smaller, and with the line of code, we have a much better result. Next, I'm going to hide the mouse circle and the mouse dot at all, because on smaller screen sizes, we no longer have a mouse. So let's select both elements, mouse circle and mouse dot, and assign to them display none. Alright, after that, let's take care of the navigation items. I'm going to decrease the space between them. So let's select navbar link and assign to it margin with the values 0 at the top and bottom and 2 RAM on the left and right sides. Okay, next, let's decrease the size of the main circle, and also I'm going to decrease its size on hover as well. So let's select main circle and set width and height, both of them, to 40 RAM. Then I'm going to duplicate this code, add here hover, and also change the values. We need here 45 RAM. Okay, that's it about the first section. Next, I'm going to decrease the size of the About Me text. So let's select these elements, followed by span, and set font size to 7.5 5 RAM. Alright, so as you can see, the text became smaller. It looks nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the project. I mean, once we expand it, you can see that we have large space on the left and right sides of the image. So let's take care of that. I'm going to select Project IMG. And I'm going to define padding as 7 RAM at the top and bottom and 11 RAM on the left and right sides. Besides that, we need to move the closing button a little bit to the right side. So let's select Project Hide BTN and set the right position to 2 RAM. Alright, so the project looks good. Next, I'm going to take care of the services section. First of all, let's decrease the height of the service button. Select Service BTN and set height to 12 RAM. Next, I'm going to decrease the font size of the span element and the service text as well. So let's select Service BTN, span, set the font size to 8 RAM. As for the service text, I'm going to make its font size 3.5 RAM. Alright, so the services section looks nice. Also, we don't need to change the contact section. As for the slideshow of the social media icons, I'm going to decrease the space at the top and also I'm going to create some space at the bottom. So let's go ahead and select slideshow and define margin as 5 RAM at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. Alright, so that's it regarding this breakpoint. Everything looks good. So we have to move on and find the next breakpoint, and let's do that in the next lecture. Alright, so we have already created a couple of different breakpoints. The last one was 1150 pixels. Let's move on and find the next breakpoint. So the next one is going to be 900 pixels. As you can see, some of the sections are messed up. So let's go ahead and create a new CSS media query. Let's specify here the max width as 900 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the position of the menu icon. Let's select it and set its right position to -4 RAM. After that, I'm going to customize the navigation items. Let's select navbar link. First of all, let's change the font size, make it 1.5 RAM. And also, I'm going to change the space between the items. Let's set margin to 0 and 1 RAM. Alright. Next, I'm going to move the featured text close to the edges of the page. Let's select first text and define margin as 0 at the top, then auto on the right side, 0 at the bottom and 5 RAM on the left side. Then I'm going to duplicate this code, change the class name, we need here featured text 2, and also change the values of the margin property. We need 0, 5 RAM, then again 0 and auto. Alright, that's it about the first section. Next, I'm going to move the section headings a little bit to the left side. So let's select section heading. As you know, it is a common class name. Let's set left position to 5 RAM. Alright, after that, I'm going to take care of the About Me text. So let's select About Me text, followed by the span element, and set font size to 5.5 RAM. Also, I'm going to make the font a little bit lighter in order to make the text visible on smaller devices. let's set color to light gray. I mean CCC. All right. Next, I'm going to customize this services section. Let's decrease the height of the service button, and also I'm going to decrease the font size. So let's select service btn and set height to 9 rem. Then we need to select service btn span. Let's change the font size, make it 6 rem. And also we need to select service text. Let's set its font size to 3.2 rem. Alright, so as you can see, the services section looks good. And actually, on that breakpoint, we are done. Let's go ahead and find the next one, which is going to be 700 pixels. So let's go ahead and create a new CSS media query with the max width 700 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to decrease the font size of the HTML element. Let's set its font size to 50%. As you can see, the elements became smaller and almost every section looks good except the content section. We need to decrease the width of the input fields. So let's select content form input and set width to 50 rem. Alright, that's it regarding this breakpoint. Let's move on and customize the project on the next one. So the next breakpoint is going to be 550 pixels. Let's go ahead and create new CSS media query and specify the max width as 550 pixels. Again, I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So let's select it and set its font size to 40%. Next, I'm going to change the size of the image inside of the main circle. So let's select main circle followed by the img tag. I'm going to set width and height, both of them to 180%. Alright, so the landing looks good. Also, we don't need to change the second and the third sections. As for the services, I'm going to decrease again the font size. So let's select service btn with span. Set its font size to 4.5 rem. Then select service text and define its font size as 3 rem. And also I'm going to change slightly the color of the service text. Let's make it BBB. Alright, that's it about the services section. Next, I'm going to take care of the content section. Let's decrease the width of the input fields again. I'm going to select content form input and then define width, make it 40 rem. Alright, the last thing that I'm going to do on that breakpoint is to make the social media icons a little bit smaller. First of all, I'm going to select the wrapper, slideshow. Let's change its width, make it 45 rem. Then select image and change the padding. I'm going to set padding to 0 at the top and bottom and 1.1 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, so that's it. With this breakpoint we are done, and now it's time to customize the project on the last breakpoint, which is going to be 400 pixels. Let's create new CSS media query with a max width 400 pixels. First of all, again, I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML elements. Let's set it to 35%. Next, I'm going to change the position of the logo. I'm going to place it a little bit down and also in the center of the landing. So let's select logo. First of all, let's change the font size, make it 1.7 rem. Then in order to place it a little bit down, I'm going to change the top position. Let's make it 13 rem. And then in order to center the elements horizontally, we need to set left position to 50%. And besides that, for perfect centering, we need transform, translate X, minus 50%. Okay, so as you can see, the logo is centered perfectly. Next, I'm going to place the navbar in the center as well. So let's select it and set justify content property to center. Right now, the navbar is not centered perfectly because by default it has a little padding on the right side. So we need to get rid of it. Let's set padding to 0. Alright, that's it about the navigation. Next, I'm going to take care of the main circle and the image inside of it. Let's select main circle and decrease its width. Make it 38 rem. Then I'm going to decrease its width on hover as well. And change width, make it 42 rem. And also we need to select image. Let's set width and height, both of them to 200%. Okay, so the landing and the rest of the sections look good. The only thing that I'm going to do is to decrease the font size of the form heading, because once we focus the subject or message, then the layout is a little bit messed up. So let's go ahead and change the font size, select form heading, and set font size to 5 rem. Alright, so finally we are done. Our project is responsive. If we check, you will see that the project looks good on different screen sizes. Okay, the next thing that we have to do is to validate the input fields, because after that we're going to host the project and make it live. So let's move on. Alright, once we made our project responsive to different screen sizes, now it's time to move on to the next part and add to our project another feature. I'm going to validate our form because eventually we're going to host the project and make it live. Let's take a look at the finished project. So all 4 input fields, including the text area, are validated. If I leave them empty and click the submit button, then we will get error messages. Actually, the form is validated in different ways. We get error messages if we leave the input fields empty. Also, if we don't protect the length requirements. For example, if I enter just 1 character into the first input field, then we will get a different error message. Also, if we miss the @ sign in the email field, then we will get also a different error message saying that email is not valid. Alright, let's go ahead and start to work on the form validation. First of all, we have to do a couple of things in the HTML file. I'm going to assign the ID attribute to all form input fields. The first one is going to be name. Let's copy it and paste it for the email. Then we will have subject and message. Alright, next I'm going to add a paragraph after each input field. This element will be used to display the error message. So let's open p tag with the class message and with the content error message. Alright, that's it regarding the HTML right now. Before we start to write some JavaScript, I'm going to style the paragraph. It's the part of the content section, so I'm going to insert the code in the 5th section. Let's create here new comments, form validation. end of form validation. Then select paragraph. First of all, I'm going to define the font size. Let's make it 1.2 rem. Then I'm going to make font bolder. Let's set font weight to 700. Also change the color. I'm going to use here color F55E5E. So here we have the error message. I'm going to make it uppercase, and also I'm going to place it on the left side. So let's set text transform to uppercase. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. And then I'm going to place the text on the left side. So let's use margin with the values 0, 0, 1 rem, and then again 0. Alright, that's it about the CSS right now. Now we can start to write some JavaScript. Let's go ahead and insert new comments in the JavaScript file. We need form validation, then end of form validation. First of all, I'm going to create a couple of different variables in order to select all needed elements. Let's go ahead and start with the form. Create new variable, call it form, and then select form element using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name contact form. Next, I'm going to select the first input field. Let's create a new variable, call it username. In this case, I'm going to select the element using ID. I'm going to use a method called getElementById. We need to specify here the ID name. Let's duplicate this line of code 3 times. So the next input field is going to be for email. Then we will have subject. Then the next one will be message. And besides that, I'm going to select all messages. The paragraphs. So let's create a new variable, call it messages. And then select all paragraphs using query selector all method. Alright, so all needed variables are prepared, and the next thing that I'm going to do is to create a function which will allow us to check if the input fields are empty or not. So let's create a new function. I'm going to call it check required fields. This function will take one parameter, which is going to be an array, and it will include all the input fields. So in order to check if the input fields are empty or not, at first we need to loop through the array. And for that, I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called forEach. It will take one parameter. It's going to be the callback function, which itself will take one parameter, the current input field from the array. So now we need to check if the value of the input is empty or not. So we need to use the if statement, and as the condition, we need to compare input dot value to the empty string. Actually, input dot value is not quite enough here, because if we enter something in the input field with a white space, then this white space will be recognized as the part of the value, which we don't need. So to avoid this kind of thing, in order to ignore the white space, we can use one of the methods called trim. Okay, so if this condition is true, then we have to display an error message. In order to do that, I'm going to create a new function. Let's call it error. It will take 2 parameters. The first one is going to be the input elements. As for the second one, it's going to be a message. Alright, so the function is created. Now we have to get access to the paragraph and define its content. Besides that, we need to hide error messages by default, and we need to display them once we have the error. So let's go to the CSS file and hide paragraphs by default. For that, I'm going to use visibility hidden and opacity 0. Then I'm going to define a new class, which then will be added to the paragraph once the error occurs. I'm going to call it error. Then we need message. And actually, we don't need here space because we need to add this class to the element itself and not its parent. In order to display the message, we need visibility to be visible and also opacity 1. And besides that, I'm going to use transition in order to display the error message smoothly. Let's use opacity with the duration 0.3. Alright, so now we need to add this class to the paragraph, and also we have to define the text content of the message. In order to get access to the paragraph, I'm going to use one of the properties called next element sibling, because the paragraph is the sibling of the input element. So we need input dot next element sibling dot class list, and we have to add class error to the class list. As for the text content, it's going to be the message that we use here as the parameter. So we need input dot next element sibling dot text content equal to message. Okay, so the function for the error message is ready. We can call it down below inside of the if statement. It will take 2 arguments. The first one is going to be input. As for the second one, it's going to be the message. Let's open backticks. At first, I'm going to pass here input ID. It will give us the name of the input field. And then the following text is going to be is required. Okay, so everything is ready. We just need to add an event listener to the form element and call check required fields function once we submit the form. So we need form.addEventListener. The event type is going to be submit. Also, we need here callback function with event object. The first thing that I'm going to do is to prevent the default action of the form. So we need e.prevent default. And then we need to call the function check required fields. As you know, this function has one parameter, which is the array of the input fields. So as the argument, we need to pass here an array of the input fields. I mean, we need to pass here username, email, subject, and message. Alright, so now if I leave the input fields empty and click the submit button, then we will get error messages. Then if I fill the input fields and click again the submit button, then the error message won't hide. Actually, that's not what we want. We need to create another function for success in order to remove the error message. So let's create a new function, call it success. It will take one parameter. It's going to be the input. So inside that function, we have to remove class error from the paragraph. So we have to get access to the paragraph using input.nextElementSibling. Then we need class list, and we have to remove class error. Next, we need to call this function once the input field is not empty. So we need to create an else statement, and we have to call function success with the argument input. Alright, now if I click the submit button, then we will get error messages. And if I fill the input field and click again the submit button, then the error message will remove. Okay, that's it about the first part of the validation. We can check if the input fields are empty or not. Now it's time to move on and check the length of the characters that we enter in the input field. For that, I'm going to create another function. Let's call it check length. This function will take two parameters. The first one is going to be an input. As for the second one, it's going to be the minimum number of the characters. So if the length of the value of the input field will be less than the minimum number of characters, then we should display the error message. So we need to create an if statement in which we have to compare the length of the value of the input field to the minimum number of the characters. So we need input.value.trim.length less than min. So if this condition is true, then we have to display the error message. Therefore, we have to call the error function. As you know, it takes two arguments. The first one is the input. As for the second one, it's the message. So we need here input.id. Then the text is going to be must be at least. We have to pass here the second parameter, min. And then we need characters. If this condition is false, then we have to call success function. So we need else statement. Then the function success with the argument input. Alright, finally we have to call the check length function for all the input fields except the email, because for the email validation we will create a separate function. So let's call check length. At first for the username, the minimum number of characters is going to be, let's say, 2. Let's duplicate this line of code twice. The next input field is going to be subject. And then we will have message. As the minimum number of characters for the message, I'm going to pass here 10. Alright. Let's go ahead and check if everything works fine. I'm going to enter just one character in the first input field. If I click the submit button, then we won't get any error messages for the first input field. It happens because the else statement works in the check required field function, so we need to get rid of it. Now if I test again, then we'll get the proper error message. And actually the same will happen for the rest of the input fields. Alright, now it's time to take care of the email input. As I said, we're going to create a separate function. Let's call it check email. This function will take one parameter. It's going to be the input. So to validate the email address, we have to use regular expressions. Actually, I'm not going to write them manually because it consists of lots of different characters and it might be quite confusing. We can simply search for it on Google. Let's search for JavaScript regex for email. Let's go to the first link and grab this variable here. And paste it in the function. Let's change the name of the variable. I'm going to call it regex. So now we have to check if the email input value matches those requirements. For that we need to use if statement. Then we need to use a method called test. Let's attach it to the regex variable. And as the argument, we have to pass here an input value again. with the trim method. So if this is true, then we have success. And if it is false, we need else statement, where we have to call error function with input and with the message email is not valid. All right, finally, we have to call this function with the argument email. Besides that, I'm going to change the type of the input elements because, as you know, by default, HTML has the validation for the email, and actually we don't need it right now. So let's change the type, make it text. Okay, so now if I enter some characters which don't look like the email address, then we'll get an error message saying that the email is not valid. But if I enter here, let's say john@gmail.com, then we won't get any error messages. All right, so that's it regarding the form validation. Before we finish this lecture, I'm going to do one more thing. As you see, once we focus the inputs, then previously entered characters will be displayed. In order to disable it, we can use one of the attributes called autocomplete. With the value off. Okay, so now as you can see, everything works perfectly. Let's move on. All right, so in the previous lecture, we have validated our form in the contact section. And now, as I said, it's time to host our website and make it live. In order to do that, we're going to use one of the most popular and commonly used services called Netlify. It is a really great tool today. You can have a free account with lots of different features, and you can host your website very easily. You can also have a pro account with some additional features. The first thing that you have to do is to register on that website. As you can see, there are a couple of different ways to sign up. So you can take your time and register. We have already signed up, so I'm not going to waste time on that because it is a simple process. So right now, we don't have here any websites hosted. I'm going to do that step by step with you. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to open up the command prompt and run it as an administrator. Actually, if you're using Mac, then you have to use the keyword sudo in order to run the commands as an administrator. Then we have to access the project. In our case, the project is placed on the desktop, so at first we need to exit those two folders. I'm going to run cd with /, and then we need the path of the folder. If you don't know the path of the project folder, then you can open the terminal in the VS Code and it will give you the path of the project automatically. I'm going to copy the path. Actually, in my case, all folder names consist of just one word, but if you have the folder names with multiple words, then you have to wrap them with quotes. Let's go to the project folder. Now we have to install Netlify using the Node Package Manager. npm. For that, you should have installed Node.js, otherwise you won't be able to use npm. In order to install Node.js, you have to go to nodejs.org, then download any of the versions from here and install. Once you install the Node.js, you will be able to use a Node Package Manager. So in order to install Netlify, you have to run the following command: npm I, which stands for install, -g, Netlify CLI. It will take some time. So once it is installed, then we have to create a config file called netlify.toml So this is a configuration file that specifies how Netlify builds and deploys your website. In that file, we have to specify the build folder, and then we have to define a directory that will contain the deploy-ready HTML file. In our case, we don't have here any separate folder for our HTML file, so we can simply specify the directory in the following way. We need publish to be equal to dot with quotes. Okay, the next step is to initialize the Netlify. For that, we have to run Netlify init. Now it asks to create and deploy the website manually or connect directory with GitHub first. Right now, I'm going to choose to create and deploy the site manually. Then it asks the name of the team. You have to use the upper arrow key and enter. The next step is the site name. You can either leave it blank for some random name and Netlify will generate it for you, or you can use some unique name. In our case, I'm going to call the site code and create portfolio website. Now, if we check our project, you will find here a new folder called .netlify, in which we have a JSON file that includes the unique ID of our website. Alright, now if we reload the page, then we will get here our portfolio website in the site section. Next, we have to run Netlify deploy. It will give us a draft URL, and if you think that everything looks good on your draft URL, then you can run Netlify deploy --prod. Finally, we will get here the website URL. If we go to that URL, then we will see our website live in the browser so that everyone can access it. Alright, so once the website is live, now I'm going to make the form work. Once we enter the information into the input fields and submit the form, we should receive it on our Netlify dashboard. Let's take a look at the forms documentation. I'm going to search for Netlify forms. So here we have the documentation. You can check it out and learn how to set up the forms. Let's go to the index.html file. We need to do here a couple of more things. We have to add two attributes to the form element. The first one is going to be action with the value post. Then we need data Netlify with the value true. Next, we have to add name attribute to each input element and also the text area. The first one is going to be name. Then we need email. The next one is going to be subject. And finally, we need message. Alright, that's it about the HTML. Next, we need to do a couple of things in the JavaScript file as well. Right now, we have here prevent default function, which doesn't allow us to submit a form. We need to make this method work only when we have the error. In order to do that, I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it not valid. So in order to find out if we have an error or not, we have to loop through the messages. And once we find if the error message exists, then we have to execute the prevent default function. First of all, we have to transform messages into an array because right now it is a node list. So we need array.from. And we have to pass here messages. Then I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called find. This method breaks the loop once the condition, which I'm going to pass here, will be true. So we need find with a callback function, which will take one parameter, and it's going to be the current message in the array. So if the message contains a class error, then it means that we have an error message. So we need to check if message class list contains class error. So once we have the error message, then we have to run the prevent default function. For that, I'm going to use a conditional statement. We need not valid, followed by the logical and operator, and then we need e.prevent default. All right, finally, we have to get rid of the prevent default function from here, and also we need to update our website with newly added code. For that, we have to run again netlify deploy --prod. So now the website is updated and we have to fill up the form. Now click the submit button. As you can see, we received here a little message which tells us that the form was submitted. If we check the dashboard, then we'll get the information that we have just submitted. Okay, so everything works fine, and actually we have finished working on our project. I hope it was interesting, helpful, and you learned some new stuff, which will help you to create your own personal portfolio website that will look modern, beautiful, and professional with just pure HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed this course. Thanks for being with us. Wish you all the best. Bye bye.